All right, let's see. Yeah, we're loading in. All right, guys. What is up? It's your boy Aniki. We got Ponzu on deck. We got East here. We already got BG.
Yo.
Yo, man.
Your boy is fresh out the shower, feeling literally mad drippy. So let's go. I don't know who else is pulling up throughout the day. I know Dustin said he was gonna pull up. Rex said he was gonna pull up.
Yeah,
oh yeah,
he ain't gonna pull up later.
Dustin's gonna pull up. I didn't watch the stream, but I already have an idea of what he's gonna say.
Oh, listen,
this
bro.
This is gonna be very interesting. So I can't wait.
Listen. This stream gonna get buck wild later on.
Man.
Time to distribute the words.
Oh, yep. Rex is pulling up as we speak.
Oh, yeah. he must be a happy man.
Crazy.
Today.
Rex has been on a fucking 8-week hiatus. Crazy.
You know what happened, huh?
I remember.
My boy Rex.
Rex has come back from the grave.
Yeah. All right, we got Rex. All right. I'll just wait till I'll just let Dustin show up when Dustin show up.
Dustin's not coming.
What?
Yes, he is.
Why would he be coming?
He directly told somebody he was pulling up.
When?
He directly told Ian. He literally directly told Ian that he was coming.
When?
He even said it on his stream.
No, when?
That Friday, he said.
Are you asking when did he say that, or when did he say he's coming in?
When did he say he was when did he say that? Because he's doing stuff right now. That's what I'm asking. When did he say that?
Friday on stream, he said he's pulling up. Ian told me in the convo after the fact he's pulling up.
Are we live right now?
Yes,
live.
Never mind. I can't say. I'm not gonna put his business out there, but
yeah. That is cool. That's cool. If you got to do.
That's what I'm saying. Don't be surprised if he doesn't show up.
You got Flo?
Hold on, what?
Yeah, Flo is in here today.
Oh, nah.
That's crazy.
All right. I'm starting the chapter because y'all pulling up. That lets me know this is good. That lets me know this is good.
I remember my flow for though. I remember my flow for though.
Hold up. All right.
Yeah. I'm gonna mute myself just to read, okay, guys?
All right. Opening up first page. Let's do this. I'll give you 2 or 3 times, but if you keep getting injured like this, you may permanently lose the use of your arms. Ooh, that blast though. Hit that boy into the ground. Let's go. Damn. That was 3 flyby hits. Detroit smash. Wyoming. God, no. Oh. Why are you doing him like that? See, this is important right now because, all right, I think I saw somebody mention this where they were like, y'all keep sleeping on skill and technique. Yeah, look at this. Shigaraki, untrained, raw, a lot of power, base, better than Deku's mobility right now. He can move faster than 45% Deku in theory. Don't matter. Deku been out here grinding over a year. Wyoming smash, St. Louis smash, double smashes that he created. Let's go. I'm getting hurt faster than I can heal. It's over if I don't focus on defense. If only those scummy heroes hadn't pushed me to my limits. No, other than my imperfect body, one for all is getting in the way of my dreams. That's what this power is for. Man, the Deku face. Texas smash. Yo, hitting him with the Texas smash. God damn. There's got to be a way to put this kid down for good. Some other quirk. Got to find one. Amazing. No, he's going to lose if this keeps up. Bakugo talking to him. Deku's using his legs and air force to negate the blowback, controlling multiple quirks simultaneously. It's taking every skill he's got to keep Shigaraki in the air. But since that first hit didn't seal the deal, it's now an endurance match. Deku can't last forever against a guy who can regenerate. In a few minutes, he'll be dust and have his power taken from him. You finished with that first aid, Todoroki? Bro, Bakugo's taking over! Hold up. Okay, yeah, okay. See, because I remember seeing a spoiler of what the title of this chapter might have been, as you can tell based on what I'm wearing.
Look at Flo face.
And I noticed that the title is missing from the front page, so I know that Koei is saving it, which is only making me more excited.
Oh yeah, no, for real.
Yeah, I just realized you were Bakugo.
He did the same thing for the Origins type.
Yes. What do you need? shut up and grab a hold of me. Endeavor, don't waste any fire on flying up there, because I've got that part covered. And Todoroki, keep Endeavor cool to the last possible moment. You're thinking I should finish him off with the max firepower attack. Leave it to me. But they're just kids. Take care of Sensei and the others. Lockrock is not having a good time.
Yep, man.
Like, why am I doubting him? Considering I already admitted that Deku's one hell of a hero. Got it. Okay, so at first we thought Bakugo was just gonna carry Endeavor. Turns out he's carrying the Todorokis. That's even better. The moment when Black Whip is stretched out is when I strike. When I dive in there, you two get out so you don't get caught in the blast. Midoriya, hang in there. I don't want to speculate and talk about things I'm not sure of. He's the one who basically created One for All, right? Isn't it an offshoot of his power? Multiple quirks, it's the same as him. Even One for All is a cursed power. Woo. At the same time, it's hero analysis for my future number 13. Ooh, man, giving us the flashback. I'm not going to be your worthless punching bag, Deku forever. Kachan, I'm the Deku who always does his best. This art! And then boom. Oh, snap. Now, literally lob that nigga. And get out of here. You again. Prominence burn. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so first off, he's literally cooking this nigga. Ooh, man. Endeavor. Oh boy. Tomura. Lend me your power. How are you not dead yet? What the fuck? Little brother.
Oh.
What the fuck? There were no thoughts. In my head, my body just moved on its own. Oh! Katsuki Bakugo Rising. Ah!
Oh,
I just have one word: pain.
I love it. I love it.
Kino, that's the word.
I saw them shits leak. Of course I did. Everybody did.
Yo.
No, if you mute the word Bakugo, your life is a lot easier.
You know what's funny?
relate.
The exact reason I spoil myself is because even if I didn't, niggas posted that shit without saying a word. They just posted the picture. So, and it was trending.
I guess we could talk about this right now. Listen. The fact that these we listen.
You better not cap. If you start capping, I'm gonna have to cut you off.
I'm gonna keep it all a buck. The fact that these niggas, I'm talking to all y'all niggas that spoil on Twitter, y'all some lame ass hoe ass niggas. Y'all know better than that. Keep your fucking mouth shut. But the same goes for the people that be on Twitter and you ain't got Aniki Shield or more than that. You know we can't stop these niggas from doing the bullshit that they do. So y'all niggas be on this TL. Y'all be risking your lives on your own too. That goes both ways. Them bitch ass niggas that spoil, and y'all not being careful enough on the TL. Yeah, I know it's not fair, but keeping it a fucking buck, we're gonna keep it a buck today. You know these niggas do this shit every fucking Thursday. Them shits come out and they spoil.
You gotta do it Wednesday. You gotta do it Wednesday. If you don't drop,
I put it like this: they have found ways. I don't know. I know it's not malicious, but it might as well be because motherfuckers they go out of their way not to say anything to avoid those fucking like lists.
Yeah, no, like that's the part that
and I can't just leave the timeline because it's the playoffs. I have to be in the timeline.
Because like my thing is like you will see people just be like, "Wow, bro, this is amazing," and like posting like just raw spoiler panels, like
yeah, like niggas don't tag. They'll be like.
And like that part, I'm like
pain. Let's just say pain.
That's how I kept getting spoiled on Kimetsu no Yaiba because
I don't say words. I don't understand why people are so interested in spoilers. They don't have context. They have nothing. They just have pictures.
No. Fuck that. No. I understand from reading spoilers.
Just like
what I don't understand is why people post them. Like I don't have a problem with you reading spoilers because that's what you want to do. Go ahead. I do that. But the thing I don't get is what in the fuck makes you want to go on the timeline where you have a bunch of followers who don't read spoilers and post that shit with like freely, like it's a normal day.
People want to share the knowledge. They want to share the feelings of people. That's why that we are.
That's what group chats and Discord is for.
Exactly.
Guess what? I ain't trying to hear. I ain't trying to hear that because guess what I do every Friday? Horikoshi the GOAT. Who let this nigga out the bag? Did I say anything about the chapter with any context? No. But if you read the chapter, did you know what the fuck I meant? Or
what
you
have to do?
Just know.
What people have to do.
I don't have to post a panel. I don't have to post Bakugo got fucking blasted through or some shit like that. Like nigga, stop. Shut your fucking mouth. Yes. Keep that shit on lock.
Yeah, no, like the best example of that I can remember is a Vocal Pineapple tweet once where I was just like scrolling and it was just like Bakugo has Ki Blast now. And I was like, huh? And it was like when he did like the chapter where you saw him like bounce around and like exploding and like showing off his moves. And I was like, bro, you can't just straight up tell us like, yeah, confirm he got new buffs this chapter. I'm like, wait.
That's why when I talk about spoilers, I talk about spoilers every like Thursday. And you know how I talk about them? I say Deku's really fucking cool. That's all I really need to say. I'm vague as hell on why I'm saying whatever the fuck I'm saying, but I never really say what happens. So you can, and that's an easy way to go about. That's an easy way to express your thoughts without ruining the enjoyment for others.
Also, I'm just gonna say that this is realistically a non-fatal wound on Bakugo, but it should take him out of combat.
But tell that to
out of combat, and also he can lose his quirk right now.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Because all for one,
Bakugo losing his quirk doesn't add enough to the story.
No. They're saying that the reason they think he can do that because all for one can like fucking combine quirk.
Because this quirk, if you remember, is the quirk that he can see what people's quirk can do at the max potential.
Well, that's the forced quirk activation ability, but that's just another byproduct of AFO. But that doesn't mean he's gonna just like eat the quirk out of him right stab him.
Yeah, like because like now the thing is correctly, you have to it has to touch the hole. No homo.
Wait, what has to touch the hole?
The what is it? The person he's grabbing. That's when so then he can absorb. They can like take their quirk from them.
Yeah, I think people are too eager for them to like to get his quirk took. So they're kind of forgetting the basis. Like it's understandable, but they kind of forgetting how it kind of works.
Well, the reason
your body.
The logic they're using is that he's combined quirks before, but the problem is though those other quirks don't require you to have physical contact.
Yeah, like he didn't ignore the activation conditions of those previous quirks. You can blast a radio wave, or you could blast an air cannon, so you can blast them both together. But if I need to put my palm on your forehead so that my stigmata hole can your quirk out, then like that's the condition of my quirk, you know?
What the fuck was that?
That's how it works. The nigga puts his hand on your face, it goes
and you go
like you lose your quirk.
Sucky.
I need someone to clip I need somebody to clip that.
Sucky.
Somebody clip that, please.
I'm sorry you came into that, Sayas.
That's the perfect time to come.
That was amazing.
So Sayas, how did you feel about the chapter?
Love it. It's great. I was a bit. In the end, is that the quirk stealing thing, or is that another quirk completely?
That's the first activation quirk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, right. Okay, because it looks like the original that All for One used.
All for One used that.
It is that.
Yeah, he used that. He used that on Kurogiri to fucking put up the.
I'm surprised how many people forgot. I'm surprised when people forgot what that quirk does.
And Magna, because that's how Toga was positioned right by Kurogiri, so that when she got magnetized, everybody flew into her, and then he magnetized Shigaraki's head too.
Yeah, I'm like, I can never forget that because that shit was cool when I first saw it.
Also, this little black dot. If you go back to page 1213, when Prominence Burn is happening, hold on. if you go over that black symbol was used at the season 4 outro for the first one.
Oh. Let me go look at this.
I'm trying to hold off as long as possible on the All for One debate because that's what Dustin was going in on majority time. So I would try to hold off as long as possible. But Rex
I'm gonna actually talk about
other business. He has some business because that's the highlight because Dustin was going. He wanted to go definitely in on that because they talked about it on a stream with Ian, but he wanted to go in on that, and I knew this was going to be a bigger debate, so I was trying to wait on Dustin because I didn't want to just get into it. We beat it doing that for like 30 minutes to an hour, and then we come back on it.
I mean, it's gonna happen either way, so might as well. Because like, there's a possibility he won't show up. He won't show up at all. So it has to be talked about. So, and I want to start that conversation. I'm still not taking this as he's trying to take his body over.
Thank you, BG.
Because I'm like, the thing is, for one, it's not him. It's his will. It's his will within the quirk itself. So it still has nothing to do with taking him over. Not to mention, he's not stealing his body. It's you have to look at the way that whole scene is positioned. The scene is positioned in that that fucking his will is saying, we both want the same thing. We want to take his quirk. So let me take over for a bit.
Also, I'm just gonna point out that I don't even think All for One actually knows that One for All is stored, stockpiled, and eventually allows the usage of other quirks. So I don't see why he would factor in having a vestige in his quirk. So I don't even know if he like knew that was a feature.
I really highly doubt he knows this. Because like I said, it's his will. He didn't impose his will within the quirk. They've already pointed out the reason his quirk is within his will resides within the quirk is because of how long he had it.
I feel like he has the feeling, or he I know he's connected. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna say he 100% knows the vestiges exist like that, but he definitely has the fucking connection to Shigaraki. Like he's feeling something when this quirk is being used in some sense, some form or sense of matter. Like if it's a sixth sense, what may you have it or whatever it may be, he feels the sense of Shigaraki doing what he's doing right now in a sense.
Oh yeah, no, I think he probably feels that he's in danger, but I don't feel like his overall goal is to steal his body. Because look at it like this. Let's look at it like this. If that's the case, then Shigaraki should never get his body back ever again. We should never see Shigaraki ever again after this.
And my thing about this is that the vestige specifically only seems to be obsessed with One for All. It's not obsessed with specifically taking Shigaraki's body necessarily.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's just in this moment, Shigaraki literally just got cooked alive. And the vestige was like, is this how we going out?
He's like, I know you want that quirk and you ain't gonna get it like this.
Yeah. And this goes back to what Anki was saying before, how Shigaraki may be built like All Might and stuff like that, and stronger and faster than Deku, but he didn't have the skills to pay the bills necessarily when Deku kept him at arm's reach and started using them like what did Ian call it, a paddle ball and shit like that, when Deku was speeding around blitzing like that. So he had to focus because Deku was using his 100%, which kind of outweighs Shigaraki's only 75% essentially, and then he's using all the techniques and quirks he's learned. Whereas Shigaraki can't use his decay like that in the air. So like you said, skills pay the bill, and All for One is looking out for his son because he's like I need is a quirk to beat this kid or deal with him speeding around because his physical shit not gonna work. He's like, find it, and then that's when All for One stepped in to later on help him out because it's like you lend me your body because you need help. It's like putting like autopilot on or getting assistance.
So the other thing oh wait, no, you can go Rex because you haven't said anything really.
Really, I don't really think his skills pay the bill when it's Deku Shigaraki fight. Honestly, it's like Shigaraki is at his limit. His body is constantly, it's not regenerating and it's also falling apart at the same time. It's like constantly falling apart by itself and putting itself back together. And also like Deku may have like training, but Shigaraki has more experience than Deku in real battles and real life depth situations. I just think that Shigaraki is literally not able to do everything he's like able to do because he's just so injured. I don't even think it's Deku doing anything. Like what Deku's doing is impressive, but I don't think it's like skills versus like skills is just overwhelming Shigaraki. It's just Shigaraki can't do anything because his body's falling apart. So he's literally on defense.
Actually,
he's stuck in the air.
I was gonna argue against that point though, because you said he had more experience. Not why do you think that?
Why do I think that Shigaraki has more experience than Deku?
Yeah.
He literally fought Gigantomachia for a month and a half. Then after that, fought in Deku City. Like real life death experience always trumps like training in a safe environment.
I mean, but then you compare, like, let's say Shigaraki versus Redestro to Deku versus Muscular, same kind of experience.
Yeah, I'm like,
yeah, but I would, but again, I would put that above the Muscular experience because Shigaraki
and Deku got more out of his fight with Stain than Shigaraki, in my opinion.
I'm a back Rex up in this one on the fact that Shigaraki having more experience and the capability, and the fact that we seen what the League of Villains was out here doing when they were broken bummy. They didn't just rob one of those Quirk rejection clans. I'm pretty sure they just like, okay, we just gonna rob these niggas one time. Pretty sure they were out here bumming it up and like had other fights or other scavenger hunts and shit like that because they are on a hunt. So all you can do is really rob and stuff like that. Food runs out fairly quickly too. So the safe assumption would be they months on end. These niggas are struggling, fighting for their lives, this, that, and the other.
And like this is
life out here.
Okay, so
this is real quick, BG, real quick.
Go ahead.
And this is just a byproduct of everything that Aizawa and the heroes have done up to this point. Because if Shigaraki was fine and he was in the air, there's no way this happens. So it's not even a skill. Like it's really not a skill thing. It's Shigaraki literally is just like if Deku's pulling him around, he can use air cannon and everything effectively without his body falling apart. And he could like Deku's strong, yes, but Shigaraki's strength isn't like losing too much. So like if Deku pulls him, he can resist that like when he's fully capable, and he can use other quirks. Like it's not a skill. Like what Deku's doing is impressive for himself, but it's not impressive versus Shigaraki when we know that he's literally falling apart.
I mean, but the thing they're stating though is they even stated it themselves that him doing all these attacks are kind of overwhelming his regeneration due to the fact that he's already past his limit. So his regeneration is very slow now. So I'm like, it's still a fact that he is overwhelming him regardless. I know it's circumstantial because he's already been kind of like overclocked, but at the same time, still Deku's attacks are kind of too much right now.
Also, wait. Something that I've been meaning to point out though is that they miscalculated how strong Shigaraki is.
Yeah,
he is not like 75. Like his 75% is not like 75% of All Mights. You can tell based on this fight, because Deku's using like what Kachan is saying is effectively like Deku's using 45% to move, but you got to think about how big those smashes actually were. Like when he tried to stop the decay wave.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a case of legitimately him using like high tier firepower to move. It's basically like if Bakugo was running around using howitzers for mobility. So this is him like outskilling Shigaraki. You could say that like he's out, like you could say that the skill isn't the most important factor of this, but this is him straight up having better skill and applying it way better in combat. Because like Shigaraki could have also just done like a giant AoE, like air cannon when he went to block, but didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like
he could have used those tendrils, but he didn't use them for some reason.
Okay, so here's the thing with the tendrils. I don't know if he knows he has them, like or like he doesn't, because like the thing is, there like the electric wave that Shigaraki used. There's probably a point in time where All for One either showed him that quirk or he told him about the quirk, so he knew he had it.
If you go look at the dialogue, wait, because the dialogue on the page at that moment, if you go back, he's like, oh, here. I even posted it for Ian a while back. If you go back to the chapter where he did that, so it seems to imply that there's like some kind of list or something like in his brain that lets him like filter through.
That's what me and Ian was talking about that. I said it's probably like a mind palace in his head. But what I'm saying is the reason why he was able to find that one so fast is because he may have had prior knowledge to it. You know what I mean?
The problem I have with that logic is because he's literally seen the tendrils and he's seen exactly what they do in action. So I don't know why he wouldn't have thought of that already.
But it's one like he's seen, like at most he's probably seen it one time, and he's in a high intense situation. So like when you're in that high intense situation, that one instance may not be playing in your head.
But that's exactly the skills argument favoring Deku, like somebody in the chat just said. Not knowing how to use your abilities as well is a reflection of your skill level.
I was just about to say that.
I don't quite
actually.
be honest, I don't quite understand this
Absolutely.
debate. But are we actually arguing about that Shigaraki has more skill than Deku?
No, that Shigaraki has less skill with his newfound abilities. So
Yeah,
that's why
definitely he has less
No,
skill.
that's not
Absolutely.
what I'm arguing. I'm saying people are saying.
Go ahead.
I'm saying people are saying that that Deku's outskilling Shigaraki, like he's doing like something like before this battle happened in the air, Shigaraki was standing still and his body literally tore apart on his own. So what I'm saying is that like if Shigaraki body wasn't literally falling apart at the seams and regenerating himself at the same time, Deku's skill would not matter. Because like they said,
I guess
he
let
is
me
falling
clear
apart
something
because
up.
he doesn't have the skill to handle
Hold
it
on.
yet.
Oh no, let
me follow this. I want to clear something up. So hypothetically, if it was a fresh Shigaraki versus Deku, at the end of the day, what Rex is saying, this is not the scenario that would end up happening.
Well,
if Shigaraki came fresh out the tank and did this.
And here's the thing about that though. Well, that's true. That's because of the fact that that's one of the situations where overwhelming force is going to just overtake any level of skill. But at this point, now that he is injured, you could argue that it's because of the fact that he's like his body's been overclocked. But regardless of that, doesn't matter in the conversation here. It's still about the fact that he's still like, if he had more skill, if he was more skilled with these new abilities, it wouldn't matter if his body's overclocked. He still know how to handle this situation.
Also, wait. Also, I'm just going to point out that using the body damage argument only half works until you factor in that Deku is currently an inflatable arm tube man.
Yeah, that is true.
Well, he did that to himself, though.
Shigaraki did it to himself.
No, he did that to himself.
No,
it's different because you have to factor in.
Doesn't matter. That's still the status he's at.
No, that's not.
Wait.
So it is because the thing is, it doesn't. We're not saying that Shigaraki did that to him. No, we're saying the fact is they're on equal footing. They're both like
okay, so
they're both like fucked up.
Back to the scenario where I say put Shigaraki at 100, put Deku at 100. Some point in the battle, I 100% agree that would at least assume that Deku is going to use 100% on his arms, right, and do the same thing that he's doing now.
Yes.
But the same can't be said by the damage Shigaraki took prior to where they are right now. Like so many burns, so many different people had to injure Shigaraki and had to hold Shigaraki back and down and taking away his quirks and all those things. I don't see it in any way Deku was coming.
That's not what I'm arguing though. That's not what I'm arguing.
So I want to get to Sean Smith. Listen, speaking. I want to say Sean Smith said Deku isn't outskilling, he's just in a more favorable position given environment and Shig 2.1 not having the same experience as All for One.
I actually, here's my thing about that point though. You're right, it is very circumstantial. It is circumstantial. I'm not arguing against the circumstances. I'm saying because of the circumstances, it puts the fight at a closer level. So it actually does have more to do with skill than just power. Because if they were, because the reason I'm arguing this is because if Shigaraki knew how to use his body better, he knew how to use these skills better, even in a situation where his body's been overclocked, he would be able to deal with Deku because he can still use his quirks. Even when his body like ripped itself in half, he's still like I did a mass decay, and he's still.
Hold on, let's compare it to like this. Let's say you have an amateur fighter not even amateur fighter. You have a mid-tier fighter, right, in the UFC. Do you have the world champion? The world champion has his legs broken, one of his legs and one of his arms broken. And then the mid-tier fighter wins. And he says, well, he outskilled him.
No. That's disingenuous as hell.
That's a disingenuous argument because of one reason. Because
both arms are broken right now. Like,
it's disingenuous for one reason. For two reasons, actually.
I would like to say something.
Tag Ponzu in.
Let me change the scenario real quick.
Ponzu want to speak.
Okay, I would like to first. Okay, guys, I was listening to y'all. Everybody was talking. I was silent. I was just listening. Okay, so my viewpoint of this thing is that right now, we saw the evolution of Shigaraki when he woke up. I would like to ask to you guys, was he able to control All for One like All for One, the OG one, could do? Yes or not?
No.
Okay, so we all on the same point that Shigaraki wasn't at his best 100% with the quirk. Okay?
Okay.
So we get Deku, who trained a whole year with the quirk that was destroying his body.
Yeah.
He learned to use different times of quirk in the past month. Shigaraki comes here, fight against multiple heroes, hold them because he has the body that he got after all these experience that the doctor did on him, and see that he's overclocked. I think in my eyes that Deku overskilled him because he's a baby. He's a baby right now. It is normal that he got overskilled right now because he's just using the quirks. He's thinking in his head. He's a gamer. As a gamer, if you don't know all the skills, you just test things. You test things, abilities. It's what he's doing. Shigaraki is fighting like a gamer who's just trying a new game right now.
Oh, so he's saying he's button mashing.
Yes, literally, little bit. It is what he's doing right now. He's button mashing. No, but not really button mashing. But he tried to.
Actually, a very fitting comparison. Yeah.
Yeah, but he tries to find patterns. He tries this move. This move I can combine with this move. Okay, I can do both. He does that. That's what we're seeing in the whole thing right now. He's speaking someone who did this in a whole year long. Man, you're disgracing.
That's cool. That's cool. But let's put it in like the scenario. Let's say that this is a game analogy. They're playing a fighting game let's say Shigaraki. This is Shigaraki's first time playing this fighting game. Deku has a decent amount of hours. He's not the best, but he can shake it up with some of the mid-tier people. Mm-hmm. Now let's say in fighting games you could put settings on different characters. So Shigaraki has low health. Deku has high damage on his right now. And also Shigaraki controller is already messed up. While Deku has a fresh controller, all the benefits, and then as he's playing the game and mashing the buttons hard, he's messing up his own controller. How is that?
But now imagine Shigaraki is playing a level 100 character for the first time and Deku is just playing level 5. Because it's pretty clear if you compare their powers, I think it's pretty clear that Shigaraki has a better skill. I mean, he's simply out-regenerating Deku at this point. Deku is smashing his body, but Shigaraki's pure regeneration, which isn't a skill, it's just something that happens without him doing anything to it, I think. Regeneration is just subconscious.
All right.
And his regeneration is still outperforming Deku's punches at this point. So it's pretty clear that where they are not now, Shigaraki has the better skills and it's better power. Sorry.
Yes.
So no matter how skillful Deku is with this, he's just gonna out heal him at this point.
Yeah, like this.
You gotta out heal him at this point.
This is like playing against, like playing as Zed against like a tank, where it's like, like I can hit all my combos, but if you just like heal up. That doesn't change the fact that I finessed you and landed all my combos. You were just durable enough to survive.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He's outscaling it because of the fact is, he has more. He is in a situation where he can take more damage. He can take a lot more damage now. But the thing is, as I said before, even though he's like more damaged and stuff, we can see he can still use his quirks. Okay. Even before the tendrils, he did a mass decay after his body ripped itself in half. So he can still use his quirks. It's the situation is he's in a bad spot and he doesn't know how to use his body to the same extent that Deku knows how to use his.
Yeah, so that's what I call skill.
Even if Shigaraki knew how to use his body effectively, right? You have to factor in his body. I don't think y'all realize that Shigaraki was standing still, doing nothing, and his body literally tore apart. We have never seen that in this series. His body literally. I just brought this into account. I know. I pointed that out. It did that, but he can. And I'm saying he can still use his stuff. Mm-hmm. I said, but he can't use it effectively.
Yes, he can. He did a mass decay.
Real quick. When he was about to use mass decay, go back to that chapter. He literally had to hold his body together with one hand and try to use decay with the other.
Well, hold on, because like that was probably more over him being shocked at his body.
That is, in my eyes, that is not skill. That is, I don't know, hacks.
I was actually gonna say, I don't think that was him having to hold his body together. I feel like, as Aniki said, that was a reaction to his body splitting in half. Because his body's still regenerating right now, but he's not holding anything. That's what I'm saying. Like that, I don't think it has anything to do with him using his quirks, and that's what causes his body to rip itself in half. It just did that on its own.
No, so Timothy Smith. If you put Deku and Shigaraki at 45% each, like you don't just hand Shigaraki hacks, Shigaraki's getting folded just like now.
What?
Like
no.
If you don't give Shigaraki like regeneration, AFO, like you drop him down to like this level. Like if you think about like NBA Shigaraki versus Deku, Deku's winning that.
No. In my eyes, no, because in my eyes, Deku, Shigaraki has more talent fighting wise than Deku. In my eyes.
Well, that is true.
Because I will tell you something. Fight games. I played since I'm a tiny kid. So most games, when I come to new game, I have to play some 3-4 games, and I'm beating people who play the game longer than me because I'm just good at these sports. I know people who does better at me have the same experience as other people. So in my eyes, Shigaraki right now is just a new one. We just start the game right now because he doesn't have enough time. He just woke up like max 2 hours ago.
No, definitely not 2 hours. 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Yeah, man. So what you're expecting for someone who just have 30 minutes ago to a lot of quirks, he doesn't know them all. He just feels things just on the feeling. You're expecting him finishing somebody who just like have the whole team next to him, who has years of experience, time. You're expecting someone.
Deku also has not years. He has
no. I'm talking about the whole team. I'm talking about Endeavor. All these guys have years of experience who try to hold him down, helped him to hold them down. Deku was a whole year of experience about suffering with One For All, fighting him. He doesn't know how. He was just like playing like, I'm too powerful, guys. You can do anything to me. It was just, he was playing the whole time, man.
I do honestly think we need to move off this point because we're going to be on this point for the next 3 hours. We keep this up.
But somebody did say what I've been trying to get through, which is that it was Kamzi. Shigaraki has more raw power and a more diverse toolkit, which can create illusion of skill.
And regeneration, don't forget that.
But Deku has more skill with his actually limited toolkit, and that's what I agree with.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
It's a little bit like, let's say you have a 17-year-old lightweight judo master. He's very skilled, but if he fights against, I don't know, 30 against a heavyweight who is mixed martial, I don't know, just got a different tool set. Even if that person is just starting, what are you gonna do if you weigh, I don't know, 70 kilograms against someone who weighs 300?
Well, I would agree with all this. I would agree with Deku's outskilling them if they were at equal like health pool or whatever. Look. I'm not trying to cut you off and say this. After he makes his point, we need to move on. We're never going to leave this point. We're going to move on. Go ahead. You finish your point. And then Deku was using Black Whip. And if Deku was using Black Whip and moving and stuff, and dodging Shigaraki attack while Shigaraki was more powerful and all of this, and he was like, "Oh my God, Deku was outskilled." And then Deku get hit one time. It's like, it's just Shigaraki's overpowering, but Deku has more skill. But when I see Shigaraki, like, I'm fighting for my fucking life, man. Like, it's hard to say that he's outskilling him. It just in my eyes. We're all just gonna agree to disagree on this one. So let's move on.
But I think ultimately, I think the question to what would happen if they were at equal power, Bakugo kind of gave it to us. It's like the first hit at full power can't defeat Shigaraki, even at half power. And after that, it's just a matter of endurance. Shigaraki is going to out-endure him.
Always.
Yeah, he will.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's move on.
Yeah. So moving on to this point, and let's just clear these two facts up real quick. Flo, I'm sorry we got you in trouble by your boss in the background, man. I know. I see him pull up.
I was gonna mention.
I am working though. I'm not working on school. I'm working on school stuff, not like work. But yeah.
Okay, we gonna catch you later. But just want to message you. Also, we gonna cut this fact now. we're not gonna have a discussion about this because it's gonna be degree to disagree. But y'all, who teams are y'all on? Is All for One trying to take this body, or we getting that nonsense out of here?
No, I think it's more like a symbiosis between the two. It's
I straight up think it's just a byproduct of how, like, if you pass on a quirk to somebody, you will give them a vestige.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, get that lecture out of here, please.
The vestige, the more likely the powerful.
I want Dustin here.
The vestige.
I know, right? I really do, bro.
Okay, wait. Okay.
Get that lecture out of here, please.
You got a Ponzi? What's up?
No, well, Ale, the vestige is based that you get the in your DNA you get the experience from your ancestors, things that so information of traits and everything are in your DNA. Your DNA. This is what this vestige is based on. This. So the time that the heroes, the ancient user of one for Waffle, the time they pass, the training, everything, the power, everything is transmitted in the vestiges. That's what it's based on. So I was
okay.
So here's my point on this, like, because I argue with Dustin about this. Basically, like, what it makes no sense in the story for All for One to take over Shigaraki's body, or even to want to, on multiple occasions outside of Shigaraki being in the presence of All for One. All for One said, "This is for him. This is I'm giving everything for him." And also, what's the point of having my villain academia? What's the point of having my villain academia? What's the point of the Shigaraki backstory? What's the point of Shigaraki learning all of this? Like, if All for One just simply wanted to take over Shigaraki body, he doesn't need Shigaraki to grow and learn and stuff, because it's gonna be my mind in the body. I just need you to stay healthy.
I was actually gonna add on to what you were saying. To add on to what you were saying, like the biggest thing that kind of debunks that to me is in Camino when he was considering taking Best Genius Corp. He said, "No, that's too complicated for him. I don't think I'll suit him."
Yeah.
Why would he give a fuck about that if he was going to take over his body anyway?
He was literally. Yeah, so like he was literally like, this is a quirk with a high skill floor. You can't just like pick that up. Like
you need training for. You need training for.
I was literally going through because for when I need to find something fast, I just use a wiki and I use my knowledge. So I was like, okay, they give you chapters at the character's appearance. I was like, I just contacted with the arc and cross reference if I want to get something really fast. So I'm doing that with All for One, and I'm looking back. I'm like, bro, there's really nothing hinted that he's really trying to take this nigga body whatsoever. He's like, don't worry. He's like, fix my body, doctor. He's like, don't worry. Tomorrow's going. He's born evil. He's going to take over for me. He's going to be the next me. And then he's talking to All Might. He's like, you could live forever with your body and all this, that, and the other. He's like, when people start seeing their end nigh, they leave everything they have into their successors and for their future and their legacy. He literally said it, like, everything he has done has been for his legacy, this, that, and the other. And with Ujiko, we seen this motherfucker actually cares about this shit. He's like, my dear friend from the bottom of my heart. And Aniki, you pointed out in the chapter when they went to the time skip, All for One, the god of evil, also bad, also big, so evil, held the umbrella in the rain for his subordinate, air quote. What boss? Tell me what boss nigga y'all seen evil overlord actually hold the umbrella for some fucking tool?
Well,
you think they hold the umbrella for them?
And here's the other thing that I like.
I want to play a devil's advocate on that point.
Wait. Before you do that, though, I just want to point out something about Ujiko and AFO that like further just kind of makes sense. Right? Like, think about it this way. Already you got AFO who's like obsessed with quirks, Ujiko who's obsessed with them. But then think about it's literally the gamer nerd who's like, yeah, bro, like let me go out here and do this wild stuff, stack these abilities and all kinds of stuff, hanging out with the science geek. Like, it's literally just two fucking nerds hanging out for like 100 years doing bad shit together. I want to do hood rat things with my friends, says AFO. Like,
I was going to argue with devil's advocate. The point of what they try to make as to why this is the case is that he doesn't actually care because of the fact that that we're supposed to look at him as the embodiment of evil. They believe that every action he takes is for himself. So there cannot be any kindness. There cannot be any, like, genuine care.
I get
for his own end.
The thing is,
the only problem I have with that sentiment is that it's based on your own perception of the character, not
exactly.
Yeah, that's for one. And the other thing is, what was just said, that why would you do MVA if Shigaraki wouldn't be the main villain? That's my main point, because I think if you look at the story structure, it's pretty obvious that Shigaraki is set up as like a parallel to Deku? And why would we sacrifice all this time that we spent with that just to get a villain back that we already defeated twice? Actually, I mean, he was already defeated twice. Why would we just waste all that time that we spent with Shigaraki just to get him back?
Well, that's another argument at the end of the day, though, about against that point, which is that they try to say that I agree with what you're saying. I'm saying the other argument against that, and more in favor of All for One still coming back, is this that at the end of the day, the villain will be like, you will have to fight All for One. Now that can be, again, that's also interpretation, because most people would interpret that as being the Quirk itself, not necessarily the person. But a lot of people will interpret that to be the person All for One, and I guess in a way that's still kind of correct, as we see here.
Also, real quick, want to celebrate? We just hit 96, new peak on the stream. It's about being here.
Bravo.
97. So
go for 100.
And going like in 2 points, like going on the he's not nice, he has no feelings or whatever. During Camino, All for One said, "All Might, I hate you because you took out all my friends, dude." Like,
like he straight up says, "You stomped out my squad." Like,
and that's another thing. Listen, tell me how many times you ever seen this nigga All for One jump out of character. It's 2 times when he's never been just calm and collected.
I mean,
when they were trying to rush him at Tartarus, he was like, wait. He was like, wait. I haven't had a conversation in ages. Like when they tried to hurry up All Might, he was like, wait. And then the second time was when he talked about he snapped real quick. He's like, you took out my friends, but then he calmed back down for a second. And this is the only 2 times this nigga ever lost his cool in the entire series that he's been here.
And also,
I mean, granted, he didn't really appear that often.
Okay, somebody asked the question in the chat. They were like, I don't get why Ujiko hasn't created a Nomu body for AFO and just transplanted his consciousness into it.
I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, based on the descriptions of how the Nomu seem to work, it's not possible. Where they lose a ton of brain function. Where yes, having a strong personality is enough to like have that shine through, but it's not enough to like let him actually be his own person. And in addition to that, we don't know if you can actually transfer a consciousness. A vestige and a conscious aren't necessarily the same thing, I don't think.
Yeah.
Like, for all we know, the way All Might talks to Deku when he becomes a vestige might be different than the way All Might and Deku have been talking since he's been alive because of the transfer point. So we could end up, and we just hit 100. So we could end up with.
Hey,
we fell off 100, but like we did hit it for a bit. But so like All Might could be like a lot colder when Deku goes in there to talk to him as a vestige because they're less familiar or something like that. Like, we don't know like how that's gonna work out.
Yeah, I mean, I always try to keep an open mind when coming into any story. So to Dustin's point, I could see Horikoshi going down the route that All for One will try to take over, like say in part 2, he tries to take over Shigaraki's body, then Shigaraki has to fight All for One, either mentally or physically, doesn't really matter. And then like,
it was nice having you, Flo. I'll see you later. I'll see you later, Flo.
Off top.
No, we getting you out of here because that trash pronouncement.
No. Maybe.
No, but like, all right. If you all right, so like, say Shigaraki ends up beating him, right, and then Shigaraki's ideals overcome All for One's, and we still need a backstory on All for One. We don't know what if. Well, how I see it right now, like my personal opinion on it or belief on. I believe that All for One is just trying to guide Shigaraki, and I think that since he was like kind of a lone wolf his whole life, right, and he sees his brother keep passing on the quirk, kind of building up on something, that All for One wants to copy that. So like, all right, I'm gonna pass it on to this guy, share my knowledge, right? Like the same way how Deku's talking to his past life, Shigaraki should be talking to All for One. And like how
you mean he was jealous? My
stupid jealous. So I get something like this happen.
Like, you know, I mean, there's just a million of different ways you could go about it, but I don't think that I agree with what Seiya said at the beginning. There's no point of having MBA if you're just gonna have All for One be the main villain at the end, EOS, right? So
this is the way I see it. It's like essentially like you know how eventually bachelors get tired of just smashing a bunch of different women, or like, you know, just living that single life. What do you have at the end of the day to go home to, essentially? And for All for One, that's what essentially this is kind of is. You lived over 150 years, like damn near 200 years. You have no more friends left alive. It's like you keep your mortality seems like this cool thing, but when in reality, what happens when all your family members die, all your friends die, and you just keep outliving, you keep going through the same cycle, and then the more his rule and his influence dwindled and dwindled, and you got All Might coming in to take out everything he really ever built. It's like, yo, so what do I really have left? And he did it in his own twisted way too. And it's like, yeah, I took out Nana's your master's fucking grandson. And yeah, he's like, yeah, I really care for tomorrow, but I wanted to fuck with you just a little bit more. And just to rub that pettiness in and rub that fucking lemon salt into the wound, the open wound. So it's like, after a while, you start getting tired of the same shit. Like, what do you have to go home to? What do you have to like to keep there? Because you can sleep with all the woman you want. That's bragging rights, yeah. But at the end of the day, you going home to an empty house that nobody really loves you or care for you. What do you have to hold on to? What do you have to keep living on, passing on?
Yeah,
and so that's why he said his legacy. It's just how you frame it is. I don't care. I don't think he cares about like, you know, like coming home to, you know, warm oatmeal on the stove or something like that.
I don't mean that, but you know,
warm oatmeal on the stove, bro.
I will tell you something.
If someone needs that for you to eat when you get home, they don't love you.
Nah, I'll tell you something. I will tell you something. In my eyes, I think that All for One wanted to fix his immortality. That was his idea. That he had become the immortal devil king of the world. That was his idea. But at some moment, he saw that it was just a dream that he couldn't achieve. That's why that he went for the way of his brother, give his powers to something that can become like him, Shigaraki. That's what I'm thinking right now. Because
I agree.
And also, I'm gonna start this narrative. All for One was a better father than Endeavor. We're starting that narrative today.
Yo, that's not even a narrative. That's just facts. That's just facts.
Lying.
That's not even a agenda. That's just true.
Do you really think? Do you think the fan base in his current form would argue against this?
Bro, like just imagine, like just think about it. Shigaraki was down bad, and All for One literally built him up. And Shigaraki was literally happy when we first saw him, and like, yo, master, dad, yo, we cool, we vibe, I love you.
Yeah.
He has no ill resentment towards All for One at all. He's very thankful for everything that he's done for him. Shoto, on the other hand, Natsu, but Yumi is a special breed. She like to forgive, but everyone else is like, yo.
No, that's true. That's true, because you have to think
how
fathers are in different cultures. Is in how he learned Shigaraki to kill because
we're not saying he necessarily gave him the best lessons.
No.
It depends on what you define as being a good father.
You have to see this.
Job is to raise decent human beings, and it never goes 3 out of 4, and it never goes 0 out of 1.
Guys. No. You just have to see it in another way, because this is stuff that I did it even at school. We were explaining something about how your perception of life can be, and your education gave it to you. If you're born in a family of thieves just when you steal something, it is like, the bigger it is, the better it is. It is something that you grew up with, and with what we know, All for One give lessons to. Let's just educate Shigaraki in a way that he learned that he has to go when he wants to kill somebody. If he want to use his quirk to decay things on people, he can use it. He was a good father too. He was a good father in that way. He was a really good father for Shigaraki, because he learned him to sometimes to let his passions to let it go.
I think we're setting a very low bar here. Being a good father.
No.
Okay, so time out. Wait, because I've talked about this before, actually, where you got to think about it, right? Like, if Shigaraki pulls up and he's like, damn, this dude's like the final boss. Oh, man, this is the end game. Oh, nah, you're cheating, you're hacking.
You know what that means? It means that Shigaraki played a lot of video games. You know what that means when you factor in that like all AFO was out here reading manga, even if he didn't finish it. He was like, damn, I can't finish my favorite series. I gotta go grind out in real life real quick. Pulled up, grabbed himself an air, sat down on the couch every Thursday night, and they beat video games together like a family.
He got
injured by All Might. He was sitting on the couch, 2v2, like they was on their couch play, split screen, dominating Call of Duty. That's what AFO and Shigaraki was doing on a Thursday night.
That's true.
I definitely think
pay for that to see that.
Shigaraki and AFO had more bonding time, and that overall Endeavor is more abusive directly. That's clear. But I do think that there's a lot of emotional manipulation. He very much put Shigaraki into this mindset of me against the world, which is not a healthy mindset. He very much put Shigaraki up, destroying his entire body to become some weird Nomu-type creature that he now is, which also is not a good mindset. He also pretty much set Shigaraki up to being either murdered in battle or go to prison, which also is not a good way. So I would say that if it comes to raising actual decent human beings, I would say that he did a shit job. I'm sorry.
I got a question for that. Did he force Shigaraki to be in a position where he would be discriminated against, or did he just put him on game that he was going to be discriminated against?
But doesn't make a difference. It's not about forcing, it's about how you raise the person. If you raise the person to be a sadistic mass murderer, that's not a good way to raise somebody. I'm sorry.
He kind of did. He kind of did raise him like that. I mean, he killed his family his own.
Mass murderers.
He killed his family his own. So I mean.
He was already like that. AFO loved him anyway.
Let's go back to that flashback.
That's real love. Yes.
All for one told Shigaraki that you don't have to follow the preconceived notions that the world is set up for you. So, like, is it bad that All for One is telling Shigaraki you can create your own world? Like, you have your own moral compass because of the way your raised says.
No, but then he went up like, everybody abandoned you, you're all alone. What you gonna do about it, huh?
They did, bro. He did.
They did. Say that, boy. If he could see something else, but he was alone on the street, but people were thinking like, he was gonna save him. You see a gate full with blood, the first thing that you say, he was gonna save him. Walk away.
Look, all I'm saying is that like AFO didn't necessarily put him on game because he was gonna end up here because of his quirk anyway.
Yep.
So like really,
listen, I'm about to set this straight. Listen, he was going to end up like twice and Toga, especially fucking Toga.
Worse.
Bro, he already fucking killed his entire family. Who forced him to kill his family? He literally said, I knew what the fuck I was doing after my sister and my mom and them. I knew what I was doing. He said, I killed my father. I experienced that ecstasy. When people take drug once and they take, or they cocaine, something like that, they start to get addicted. Even if it was by accident, they start to get addicted to that shit. He itches. He suffers every time he doesn't act on his shit. When I just reread that chapter. When those fucking thugs beat his ass and he didn't strike back, he was suffering later on in the thing. Any person with common knowledge can figure, especially Shigaraki, be like, listen, I keep suffering because I keep holding back and withdrawing. And he would have been out in the streets because nobody helped that nigga. He'd been underneath the bridge starving, and he would have got bullied again, once again. Eventually, he would have broke.
Let's scale this down a little bit, okay? Let's scale this down a bit. Imagine you have a kid that is, 6 years old and just beat their fellow student viciously, bloody, and now you're your parent. What do? Do you say, don't do this again? Or do you say, hey, how about go on? Here are some weapons to use for you?
No, what did the kid do?
My point is he would have did this on his own, regardless.
Hold up. I just got back. What's the topic here?
Wait.
So we're talking about how it's good to beat our kids.
But Sayas, I gotta ask you an important question. What did that 6-year-old do? Because like sometimes a 6-year-old gotta get folded by another 6-year-old. So like, what did they do to my kid? Because like,
what did the sister do? Nothing, I think. So let's say nothing.
Well, then we got a problem.
All right, so this
is my thing.
Y'all only be hanging like this?
Hold on, real quick, BG, I'll explain it. Let's think about it. Let's say Shigaraki did get saved, right? Let's say that he got rehabilitated, blah, 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 blah. What's to say that one night Shigaraki was asleep, he had a nightmare flashback of his parents, and his quirk just activated in like a orphanage or something? Like, who's to say that Shigaraki quirk activates on its own on accident and he doesn't have control and he kills more people again? It's like Shigaraki quirk, and like and now that he doesn't have the inhibitors, like the All for One put on him, that he has to use 5 fingers, his quirk activating can literally destroy so much. Like, he can literally.
I mean, would it be
worse
than destroying the entire city? I don't know.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Wait, what do you
inhibitors?
mean inhibitors? What do you mean inhibitors?
Let's catch BJ up again.
Yeah, catch me up first.
Okay, to catch you up first, I said that All for One was a better father than Endeavor.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and basically the conversation has just gone. It's like how All for One was a manipulator, blah blah blah. I don't even think he was a manipulator. I just think that All for One told Shigaraki.
He's still manipulating. He's still manipulating.
Listen, like I said,
out of the goodness of his heart, though. Out of the goodness of his heart. Don't
all parents manipulate, though. So, like, you tell me your parents to manipulate. You say, "Hey, do good things, don't hurt others." That's manipulating you to have a certain viewpoint.
Yeah, but that's the kind of manipulation that I kind of understand and get behind. The other kind I don't understand and get behind.
How I phrase this, right? In a way, Rex is kind of correct, because it's like, it's not necessarily in the way he's saying it, but I think I know what he's trying to say, which is that
it's the same point.
Your parents try to manipulate you to become like another version of them, and that's kind of what he's doing.
But listen, it's the same thing as Shigaraki said. Heroes and villains both use violence, but when villains use violence, it's looked down upon. Parents do manipulate their kids in the ideals. Yes, it may be good in the morals and in the ways of society, but at the same time, they're still manipulating them. All for One may have manipulated him, and they're doing worse things. And on the other side of the coin, which is the darker side, the bad side, shit you're not supposed to do. But regardless, is the same thing. Is still like manipulate. But my main point is this. Regardless if All for One stepped in or not, Shigaraki already murdered his family prior to, and he knew what the fuck he was doing. He said, "I even know what I was doing." He had that peace, experienced that pleasure. He was going to keep suffering. He was going to keep suffering, and eventually he would have snapped again. He wouldn't have been the Shiggy he is now because he got support. He got the escape. He got this backup. But he would have been a villain, and he would have did this again eventually. Because you keep repressing your quirk. He suffers more than anybody we've ever seen in the series when he represses his quirk. He literally starts fucking breaking out of highs, vomiting, like scratching on the damn floor, like he having a seizure damn near. So like that would have built up over time. He has nobody helped this nigga on the street. He would have been fucking homeless again. How long would it took to somebody? All he had to do walk past those villains again. What would he have done?
Then what do you think would have happened if he would have met All Might?
That would have been different. But at the same time, he could always still go down a point.
No, I was saying hypothetically, what if the person who saved him was All Might?
All right, so here's the issue I have with, like I said, the scenario I said was Shigaraki does get saved. He does get rehabilitated. Cool. So let's say he's 13 or something. He's laying down. He has a nightmare, and his quirk activates. We've seen quirks activate.
Yeah, that's then an accident, which I think is preferable to.
I actually want to ask what you said about that. He put inhibitors on it. Where are you getting this from?
Oh, because when All for One said the hands on his face like serves as an inhibitor, and Shigaraki repressed his memory, so he thought he had to put all 5 fingers on somebody to decay.
It was like a mental thing. Like
it was a mental thing.
Wasn't the 5 fingers thing actually? Isn't that actually how it worked at the time?
No. He subconsciously limited himself. That was like what AFO was saying was like, by wearing these hands, like that guilt will like help him like stay suppressed.
Yeah, but that wasn't AFO manipulating him. That was himself manipulating himself.
That's not an inhibitor. That's literally just a coping mechanism.
Right. Yeah.
That's not something that AFO.
Yeah, because when you said an inhibitor, maybe think you like he did some quirk magic.
No. I mean I didn't mean like that, but like AFO, like even if I don't think Shigaraki there would have been a natural process that would have happened.
Isn't that what the fuck?
Anzu, can you mute maybe?
I got it.
Yeah, but I don't think that natural like mental block would have happened if it's not for All for One.
I mean, there actually could have been ways around that too, though. They have quirk therapy, so there actually could have been.
Yeah. We see how that worked.
Time out. Time out. I got to clear something out real quick. Fred, Shigaraki did not have a quirk awakening. Redestro was talking out of his ass. You got to think. The quirk propagated and spread the decay the same way it did when he was a kid. Then he suppressed himself, stopped using his quirk correctly, and then started back using it the right way. So
yeah, I think that's just
that's
something
not
that
Quirk
happened out of
awakening.
trauma. That's something that happened.
Yeah, like that was just him not using it the right way. Like that's not even something from AFO. Like he just was repressed and not using his quirk the right way. So like that wasn't him awakening. So he literally could have at any point just like woken up, like freaking out, touched the wall, and leveled a city.
So what you're saying is you're saying that his like lack of control was all due to him. It had nothing to do with anything else. Like, like over time,
he's like Eri.
He could. I was saying over time, he potentially could have learned how to just do what he's doing right now.
Yeah, like but he's like Eri. It's
the issue is that just like Eri, the collateral damage that it would take for Shigaraki to learn how to use his quirk is not worth the risk unless you have someone like Aizawa with you.
Yeah. I mean,
and Aizawa is such a rare character that how many people in the world can do what Aizawa could do? I'm guessing not too many. So it's Shigaraki,
that might be true, but it wasn't Aizawa. Wasn't how old is Shigaraki in 20? He was like what, 26?
23.
No,
he's 20.
He's 20. He's exactly 20. He's exactly 20 because like he called him he didn't call him a 20-year-old.
Yeah, it's the end of March. It's still not technically April 4th yet, so
yeah, he's 20.
Pretty sure he's 20 still.
Yeah, so with him being a 20-year-old, how old is Aizawa?
31.
That means when this happened, he was like, oh yeah, and he was just out of high school. He was just about to leave high school.
I mean, there are some others.
When this happened, he was like 16,
there,
17.
like Shinso's.
Yeah, he's like 17 years old. Yeah.
Yeah, but Shinso wouldn't have been alive yet.
Yeah, but I mean, there are some quirks like that. I don't think that they are the only two that might have a quirk that is useful.
I mean, perhaps, but they're probably not in Japan. And if they are, they're not a hero. They're not a hero.
And in any case, who would be useful would, for example, be AFO if he had cared.
Who?
I mean, the whole discussion is if All for One would have been a good father, and I think, I mean, he could have given him this therapy because he has the quirks necessary to give him that therapy, right? But she didn't.
Yeah. Oh, actually, that is a good point because like it's all there. That's another thing I kind of think too. It's like if All for One gave him this little inhibitor off of just
no, he didn't give him the inhibitor, but All for One could have had the skills to get him through therapy so he can better train his quirk and get more control over it and not just let him run wild like a loose cannon.
Well, what I'm saying is, he gave him those hands as a coping mechanism to help him stay under control. So I'm saying, and the thing is, that had nothing to do with quirks to do that. So I'm saying there could have been there probably were multiple ways where you'd be able to help Shigaraki come under control of his own power outside of that. So I don't think that would just be an All for One exclusive thing. It just has to know what to do. So that's my thing. I'm like, that's another reason I don't think it's just strictly All for One who's the only one who could do that. If it had nothing to do with quirks.
Also, I randomly just decided to read the JJK chapter. Duh.
Man, I can't wait because that color page was so fucking clean, dog.
I didn't read. I haven't read it yet.
God.
No,
color page is fucking.
Yeah, just keep going. I'm sorry. It was raw.
Go ahead.
No, to get back to the original question, which is, I'm not saying that he's a worse father than Endeavor, because I think Endeavor's shite father. That's clear. But I think that from then go and argue that he's a good father is a bit much, I think. I mean,
but he kind of is, though.
He's not.
Wait, who? I mean, but he is, though, because he gave him his amenities, he raised him, he taught him, he gave him an education. Then
your father. Okay. This is how we said. This is how we.
Go ahead.
Okay, you go. You finish your point. I'll say it right after you.
The only thing about it is that the only reason we're calling him not a good father is because we're teaching him morals we don't agree with. But we have to keep in mind that morals in and of themselves are subjective. There's no such thing as universal morals. There are socially accepted morals, but none of them are universal. They're not. There's no such thing as a correct set of morals.
Yeah,
but he also seems to have raised him in social isolation in this very social bubble. Like, I don't think Shigaraki had many friends. I'm sorry. I think he was very much raised within a social bubble. That's the way he looks. I'm sorry. That's just how he looks. Which is not something a good parent would do.
He had All for One and Kurogiri. He had friends.
I also actually think that too much video game is probably also not good for a child.
Wow, Sayers, anti-video game agenda.
Oh no, not anti.
I'm
just thinking that
like this, bro.
should go outside every now and then, which I don't think he did very often.
She called him smelly. No.
she called
I mean, look at him. He has eye bags from his eyes to basically his nose.
Okay, so here's the thing. Well, that partially is.
He also should drink more water. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
All right, he's gonna give him the skin routine next.
He's got some chap lips. You do have some chap lips.
Drop the skin routine while you at it. Come on, let's go.
I'm saying, yeah, let's not do my boy like that. But you know what? Let's settle this. Let's settle this discussion. Everybody, give your list. Let's settle this discussion so we can move on to the next topic. Rank the fathers from best to worst. Kotaro, All for One, and Endeavor. Go ahead and rank your 1 to 3.
All right, so I'm gonna go first.
Best or worst?
I'm gonna go first.
Wait, who was the first one?
Kotaro.
Shigaraki's dad.
Yeah.
I think he's lowest.
Here we go. Top one fathers is All for One, then Kotaro, then Endeavor.
I would switch Endeavor and Kotaro, but
I don't agree with pouring hot boiling water on my son's face. So
he didn't do that.
Endeavor didn't do that. I mean, that was his mom.
Yeah.
Endeavor, he indirectly caused it, but he didn't do it.
Yeah.
Honestly, I want to say that in my opinion, Kotaro's first, then All for One, then Endeavor.
All right, so
I would put Kotaro last.
Okay. All right. So let's
talking about right now. What are you talking about right now?
Let me say this point real quick. We all have this. Oh, Kotaro, Shigaraki, blah 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 blah. Now let's be realistic. If your parents told you, yo, you can have freedom in this house, but do not touch that vase. Don't touch that vase, and everything will be cool. Shigaraki kept touching that vase, and Kotaro said, you know what? Let me tell you
might also be a Maxwell's perspective. Like the only thing we know about Kotaro is really the abuse he did. That's the only thing we know about him. And for both, I think for both All for One and Endeavor, we have more redeeming qualities ultimately than we have for Kotaro, because Kotaro we only have this one flashback and that's it.
Yes, it's true. What kind of redeeming
Kotaro.
Let me finish. I know this is a bad example, but look when Shigaraki was doing all that was accidentally his quirk was going wild. His mom tried to reach out to her son and at least comfort him, and he ended up killing her, but she still did what a mother should do. This nigga, the Kotaro said, "Oh, this nigga's at it again." Took a rake and flushed his shit.
I would too.
He literally tried to hoe his son.
I would too.
No. That's what we listen. We not gonna just like skip past the part where he tried to tell Shigaraki to calm down for 2 seconds, and then Shigaraki lunged at him. Shigaraki loves that nigga.
He's apologizing.
No,
like, I'm sorry, and then like
you can't be like, oh, my son's in pain clearly. You don't stop.
Hold on. My son just killed the love of my life and my daughter and my parents. He has to get dealt with.
I can't forgive Kotaro. That he kind of reacts
not
quite perfectly to that. I can't forgive that.
So it's just in pieces.
I can't wait to see y'all kids.
I need to ask a really important question now.
What is it?
Since we're talking about all these amazing dads, like where does Shou Tucker fit into all of this?
Worst. I'm sorry, but he's worst.
Okay.
Shou Tucker bottom one.
Second and third?
Yeah, I mean, he comes from bottom.
Yo, I don't know. He may be top one. He may be top one.
Shou Tucker might be top one.
All he wanted to do was make sure Nina and the dog could play forever. I don't know.
He made them the perfect creation.
He wanted to have a home for his family. And so what is it?
Which family?
Put a shelter over them, gave them food.
Yeah,
but all of these three did that. All of these three fed their children and gave them shelter.
Yeah, but the thing is, look at the links. No,
they are not the most. None of these four actually are neglectful in terms of the actual physical needs of their children. None of them are.
You have to remember something. Shou Tucker went to the furthest lengths to provide
apart
for his
from, of
family.
course, AFO, because he obviously withheld water.
Like I said, Shou Tucker went to the greatest lengths to provide for his family. Look at it.
Yo, JJ tripping. The nigga JJ said Shou Tucker made his daughter an Apex.
And also, let's think about it with Kotaro. Kotaro told Shigaraki that heroes weren't all they're cracked up to be. And literally throughout life, Shigaraki learned that firsthand. He tried to teach him, and then it just happened to come through.
Okay,
and he mentioned it again in his arc.
The one problem with that though is that like you just telling a 5-year-old don't be a hero is like the same as telling a 5-year-old not to be like a firefighter or something. Like it doesn't work. It doesn't. It's not about.
I'm gonna relate it to my real life. I'm gonna relate it to my real life. My mom was a realist, so I'm out here singing my heart out. She's like, "Yo, you're young Rex. I'm just be real with you. You may want to do something else, big dog."
But there's a difference between like, hey,
that's not the reason he told Shiggy not to be a hero. Like,
yeah, it's not. If
it was like. If it was a reason, if it was like, okay, I'm not gonna lie, son, you're like 8 years old, you still ain't got no quirk, yeah, so that sit your ass down. That'd be different. No, what he said was, here we don't support heroes in this household.
Yeah, it's not like with Inko who said her son that
his reasoning
think not being a police officer because hero is gonna be impossible.
Like BG, real quick, hold on, let me say. If I was gonna equate it to the situation you gave, it would be like if your mom told you, I wanted to be a singer, but I couldn't do it, so fuck you. You're not being a singer.
That's not even saying. No, Kotaro didn't want him to be the hero, so Shigaraki wouldn't make the same mistakes that his mother did.
I get it, but it's still emotional. It's still like off of his own personal experiences that make him want to tell his son to not.
And it's also not just that he told him that please don't be a hero, but he was rather forceful about that, I think.
He slapped the shit out of him.
Sit down. I think being a hero is dangerous.
You can't slap your kid for having dreams.
Yes, you can.
That would be different to being actually abusive because a kid wants to be a hero.
This new society, I don't know who raised y'all, but back in the 90s, you got
nigga, I'm older than you.
About this. So what you talking about this?
It's called realizing them niggas was wrong.
Was it?
Listen. Aniki got more weight and more say in how to raise a child because of his experiences than anybody. I'll just tell you right there.
Like, you also got to literally factor in that like I basically had to raise my siblings for like 8 years. So like, some of this shit.
Guy, you're not on your own. You're not on your own. You're not on your own.
I had like 3 chia. Yo.
You have 3 kids,
I had
bro?
like 3 chia. No, I had like 3 chia pets growing up. So back off. I know what I'm
saying. Guys, I'm the oldest one of 7.
At least say Tamagotchi.
Hold up. And I owned a goldfish for a week.
Yeah, me too.
Listen.
What is it?
Listen, I'm gonna need y'all to step back because guess what? I had over 20 games on a PS2 and an Xbox, and I cleaned all them discs, boy, with the alcohol, sprayed it on that motherfucker, and I put it back in, and it worked again. I kept my babies alive for years on end.
All right, so East is like Kotaro because you're actually not supposed to spray alcohol on them because it's
Hey, listen, they wasn't acting right, so I had to put them in their place.
Hey, like I said, I took care of my Tamagotchis. They lived for a long time.
I
don't think
Kotaro bottom 2.
I think
most of my sim characters survived, right?
Most of.
But I think that we like overlook like Kotaro essentially had like Shigaraki said, there was only one real rule in the house, which was don't talk about heroes, don't do this. And like you can say, oh, that's bad or whatever, but some like parents sometimes have rules to protect themselves in their own household.
But heroes are not like dromedaries. You don't speak about them because they're not important. They are pretty much everywhere.
They are, but this is his sanctity. This is cultural sanctity.
Okay, no.
Over years.
But that's still bad. That's still bad.
That's not how it works when you're a father.
No, look, I get. Listen. Let me finish. I get that that's quote unquote bad, blah 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 blah. But if this is your house and you don't like something in your house, you just allow it to go. Like if it's going to be something traumatizing to you, like you don't want it out. So that was his only rule. That was Kotaro's only rule. Other than that, Shigaraki and what's the sister's name?
Yeah, but the rule is not violent.
Hana.
But while that's true, children for
while that's true, that's like saying, like, let's say like the world was full of skateboarders, like the whole world skateboarded, and you said no, we can't talk about don't talk about skateboards in this house. How is you going to avoid that conversation when that's the most prevalent thing in the planet?
But again, we're comparing him to Endeavor and All for One. We're comparing him to Endeavor and All for One. Like, come on, let's think about it. His only rule in his house was don't talk about heroes, don't do anything hero related.
I'm sorry.
All for One trained Shigaraki to become a killer and a mass murderer.
Endeavor kill the entire family. I mean,
okay, but
no. I'm talking about as a father. I'm talking about as a father. As a father, All for One in All for One's case. Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. He did turn him into a mass murderer. But the thing is, though, at the end of the day, he did raise him with love and care. He raised him in his own image, but he's still. So it's like, and it's bad to us.
Kotaro didn't raise him with love.
Hey, and Rex, I don't like how you. I don't like how you kind of. The way that you're framing how All for One it trained Shigaraki. It wasn't like trained him to become a murderer. It's more like he trained him to have a vision, you know?
Okay, so all right, so no. The only issue with that is All for One, he trained him to have a vision, but again, his vision was use your quirk however you want. His quirk is literally decay, which in turn is a
that's bad, but that's also kind of good.
What?
Sorry for.
I think that All for One
pretty much screwed up in terms of raising Shigaraki to be a decent human person, but for the most part, everything else he did kind of okay.
Because he didn't,
Kotaro raised his son to literally snap and kill the entire family. Because he put so much emotional pressure and so much stuff that he just had to hide down that he couldn't speak in this household, and that there was so much pressure and hurt on this kid that he snapped and killed the entire family. I'm sorry. That's
all right. So let's also put it in the context. Shigaraki's 5-year-old, 6-year-old at the time. Kotaro made that mistake for 5 or 6 years. After that incident, when he hit Shigaraki and his wife in front of him, I can say there was about to be change in the household.
That's what I said with Kotaro. With Kotaro, I think it's difficult to say because we don't know that much about him. We only have this one flashback. And this flashback doesn't offer that much redeeming quality.
And in the flashback itself, you saw that he was willing to change and he was apologetic for what he did.
Yeah, so they were also apologetic.
After 15, 16 years.
What I like about this is I like how people just kind of, I don't support Kotaro or anything, but I like how people just kind of forget that nigga, my mama got folded in half and fucking gave me away because of some nigga. Like, I know the funny that we really been forgetting that heroes be dying like every other day. Niggas like Stain exist. They die of accidents all the time. Muscular and them niggas exist. Cole lost his parents to some killers. So I mean, at the same time, you know, people was getting on Deku mom about him not wanting him to be a hero, but at the same time, it's kind of got a point to
my problem is not that he told Shigaraki not to be a hero because it's dangerous or because it would put the family into risk. My problem is also not that he doesn't like heroes. My problem is how he acted and how he reacted when his son questioned that or when his son made any move to maybe wanting to become a hero. Because ultimately, I mean, that's just a kid dreaming and you can't hit him for wanting to dream. You also can't forbid a growing child to talk about things that are massively important in society. It's like saying, we don't talk politics in this household. And then when the kid wants to learn because they are a 6-year-old child and want to learn about the world, you hit them for it.
That is true. That's bad. The thing is, that's the thing. It's not good.
God. Okay. All right. So let's be real. Let me say this last point. Let me say this last point. Coach, like for all we know, Kotaro's punishment up until then was to sit Shigaraki outside, basically in timeout.
No, you're absolutely right. The thing
listen. The one time he did hit it, he was remorseful and said, "I have to change my ways."
No, like BG. Go ahead. Like somebody in the chat is pointing out right now, the sister was afraid and chose to lie for a reason.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because she knows the rule in the house. He only has one rule.
Because he's wild. So that definitely means that wasn't the first time he was like smacking kids up.
No, his wife said that was the first time.
His wife said it was the first time. With the same argument, a la, there's just one rule, argue the entire Endeavor abuse away. But it doesn't make this abuse any less just because there was a rule in place.
Okay. So, and again, I'm not saying Kotaro is the best father in the world, but I'm comparing him to Endeavor and All for One. I'm just saying he's a little bit better than them.
Everybody make your final statement so we can.
I read the chapter.
To the next one.
I'm trying the chapter right now. Where she said that he never hit him before.
I'm going to the chapter now. Hold on, give me a second.
All right, so
because I remember it. He was.
I guess no. She doesn't say that, but I guess it's kind of implied because she says we're not playing by your rules. If you're going to go get violent, you promised us the home full of joy. What happened to that?
No, it's.
So that
she said that was too much. Yes, I went too far. How are the kids? We're not playing by your rules. If you're going to get violent,
nigga. I'm
just saying, bro. I'm just saying. So that was his first time getting violent.
Allegedly, we don't know that. That's interpretation. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's interpretation. That's exactly what I just said.
That could be the first time. That could be the first time he got violent. That could be the first time she finally stood up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm like, that's what I'm saying. It's implied. It's implied, but it's not necessarily the case. We don't know that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no evidence. There's only like speculation of how violent she's always been.
There's definitive in this chapter. I pretty much remember that Shigaraki hated his father and was afraid of his father, and that's not from just. Please don't talk about heroes. You don't get afraid of your father just because they ask you not to talk about something.
Also, Shigaraki was 5 and emotional. All right, come on.
Nah, it's not the fuck.
Stop gaslighting.
Shoto was also 5 or 4. I don't know.
Yeah, and
my thing was that we don't know anything about Kotaro. All we know is this. So all we can go off of is what we know, not what we think. What we know, and what we know is he was a piece of shit.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all I can go off of is what I've seen. And if I had to go off what I've seen, I would say All for One, Endeavor, and then Kotaro.
All right,
so everybody touch your final points. Touch your final points. So we can...
All right, so this is my last final point. I'm reading this chapter 235 again, and after Kotaro hit him, Kotaro literally goes back and looks at his mother letter, and you can see the guilt and remorse on his face. And then his wife talks to him. You can see, I didn't want this to be this way. I just think that this may have been the time Kotaro literally there was the straw that broke the camel's back, and after this there was going to be meaningful change. I don't think Kotaro I think he's a human that make mistakes. I think in All for One and Endeavor are worse because like they were so set in their ways, they were not going to change until like years later. Or All for One's not changing. Endeavor until 15 years. It's a Kotaro 5 years.
I mean, like, Endeavor was also stuck in his ways. I mean,
here's part of my problem with that logic, though.
Oh, I didn't realize this. That's nice. No, I know. This is what I point out. I didn't realize that fucking Shigaraki fucking stole his own dad's lines when he was like screaming that shit to the heroes. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. He told him.
Yes, he did that. Yes, he did that.
Yeah, it's called trauma.
We all have it.
Awesome.
No.
All right. So I guess I'm a little disappointed that no one here thinks that Endeavor is the best father out of everybody.
Here's why.
The thing is, I think Endeavor, as far as the results go, I think Endeavor goes 3 out of 4 decent children that survived pretty well. Which the results are the best for him because the other is the entire family died and Shigaraki became a mass murderer. So that's the result. But he was the more abusive in terms of.
So in my eyes, Endeavor acted as somebody who just gave seeds and tried to breed people. That was the idea in my eyes. Kotaro was trying to give some perception of living to his child, even if it was bad. But, well, Adiki just left?
No, he was getting something.
Okay. that was. So, yeah. So that was because LA, right now, I'm the oldest child of 7 children. I'm the oldest child. So my father is not home since, I don't know, 4 years. I'm the one. People think that sometimes I'm the father of my little sisters. So I can't.
Daddy Ponzi.
So when I'm telling, Kotaro was doing the things in the wrong way. But we understand from where he's coming, but
Endeavor. I see where he's coming from.
Yes, you see he's coming from, and because he's the same little boy that his mother left him because she was a hero. He doesn't want that. He doesn't understand that, like the character in I don't know, I forget his name, in where his parents muscular killed. I forgot his name, but yeah,
Coda.
That was in the same kind of situation. The Endeavor, he used his money, his influence to find a girl with ice powers, one of the best ice powers that he known, just to have children just to breed something. He had a mission in his head. He didn't thought about fatherhood. He just thought, I got a mission. That is, for me, he wasn't thinking.
To be fair, I think that AFO also was on a mission when he took Shigaraki and then only cared for him after. I don't think he was like, let's walk in.
I'm okay with this. I'm okay with it, but he took the role as parents seriously. He planned it seriously, and he account feelings of the child, the tendencies, everything was calculated to be a good father. He was a good father for Shigaraki. He was a good master, a good father too. But Endeavor?
Yeah, I definitely think that of the three, Kotaro was the one who mostly wanted just the most core family. He wanted just a family. The others both wanted something to use.
Yes.
Aniki, you're muted. Aniki, you're muted.
Who's back?
All right, so real quick though, the main thing here is that
I finally had enough time to arrive here. Now I'm about to make this thing light on fire like chicken skin. That thing burned like charcoal.
Who's talking?
Yo,
man, looking like my barbecue meats with them prune
squids. Heads. Why are you back?
Squid.
I'm back here.
Funny.
But look. So here's the thing. The issue that you have to really look at is AFO is the only one of the three that we discussed that did not deliberately just completely turn his child into a punching bag for his trauma. And then you also have to factor in that Kotaro made the conscious decision to do these things. And regardless of whether or not you feel like maybe that was the first time he hit his kid, he hit it. Also, I'm sorry, but if you feel comfortable grabbing gardening utensils to hit your kid, that day is probably not the first time you hit your kid. Let's just
exactly.
It's already escalating.
Man, you see the love of your life in pieces, your parents in pieces, and your daughter in pieces.
That's not even his parents. Those her parents. They bums. Nobody like their in-laws. Get out of here.
What? That's not true. All right. I see what we do. But I'm saying, extreme situation, you gotta give them a pass.
Being a therapist for your own parents. Imagine being a 9-year-old therapist and you're doing that for free. No 62K, no benefits, no nothing. That's a good paying job.
It's a bad paying job. Listen, when your kid coming at you with nuclear hands, I want to see what y'all do. I want to see the way y'all react too.
Yeah, I have to admit that after Shigaraki killed his sister and mother and grandmother, I think, after that, I kind of forgive Kotaro for reacting in the wrong way, because that's a very difficult situation to handle for anybody to come to that.
He just wanted to calm his child.
But before that, I think he didn't act like a good father. It's just...
let me touch on this point too, because Saya said something about how Endeavor got 3 out of 4. Hold on, everybody. So Saya talked about how Endeavor got 3 out of 4, right? Well, actually, when you think about it, if we think about who raised their child the best, All for One beats out everybody. He may have raised a mass murderer, but guess what? That was his intention to do so. It may be the wrong thing in the eyes of the law. No. It may be bad in terms of law, but in terms of what he wanted and how he raised, he really did the best job. And Shigaraki doesn't have any complaints about this shit. It's not like he's like, he's not like, the world is against me and my master just manipulating. No, the world was against this nigga. You were down bad because everything Shigaraki says is always correct about the world society. His actions are wrong, but every time he talks about the oversaturated society and these people who come too complacent and everything he says, he is never wrong. Bottom line.
here's my only issue with All for One and Kotaro, because I do think Endeavor's the worst, is that All for One was allowed to be more calculated because he took in Shigaraki and he was able to be calculated and know what to do to make Shigaraki feel this way and like, you know, but Kotaro was an actual father, so he had more emotions into it. So yes, things weren't done right like all the time with Kotaro, but you got to admit he was the only actual father out of the three. Like and he had his emotions in it. Like yes, he may have made mistakes. Yes, he hit his kid. Yes, like he told them not, but like you can see the remorse and regret in his face before the Shigaraki killed everybody. You can see that he was willing to change. Like I don't get how y'all don't see that Kotaro, like he may not have been the best father possible, but he was a father and he was willing to change. That's more I can say than All for One, who was calculating. He gave Shigaraki artificial love. No, he gave him artificial love.
Even if it was initially artificial, it became genuine. So can't really say that's a problem.
I need to ask the group.
It became genuine. He gave him genuine love. He gave him something that he gave him the home and the care that he needed in his worst time of his life.
Which he had time to do. Kotaro didn't have
time. Let me go. So one, I've noticed that no one has been discussing Endeavor's redemption and his apology, showing remorse for everything. And
you're right.
The second part is, why hasn't anyone brought up the fact that All for One wanted, like, you know, what's it called, Shigaraki's dad to treat him like that? And he wanted that outcome. So he should have some hand in dealing with how Shigaraki's dad, you know, kind of.
How do you think? Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean? Because he didn't. Well, I mean, he's the cause of it indirectly. Indirectly, he's the cause of it. But I don't think his plan. I don't think his plan was okay. I'm going to kill his mom. I'm going to keep the kid alive. He's going to have another kid, and he'll have a super awesome Quirk that I'll just take. I don't think that was the plan.
I think that's
circumstantial. It's all circumstantial.
That Nana happens to be his grandmother is too big, so there was some manipulation. I believe that too.
Yeah. So I can't put that into account. Yeah. Go ahead.
The second part I wanted to ask was, how do you guys feel about All for One giving Shigaraki the literal limbs of his dead family, like recently dead family members, to put on his body?
I agree with you.
You can give some hands, you know, like when you give hands, now you're giving them hands, not hands.
I know you fucked up now. While it's really
the hands of your dead. But that's the thing though. That's the thing. You said he's fucked up. That actually helped him. That benefited him more than it hurt him.
It did though.
Because it stopped him from just looking everybody.
It stopped him from murdering the entire city.
Yeah, because Shigaraki really loved his family. Besides his father, he really loved his family.
So I'm like,
there's a comment. There's a comment in the YouTube session by Milton.
You should let him talk. Damn.
Milton. Real quick. Milton said Kotaro raising made his eldest daughter to lie, and he beat up a kid he thought was sick. So with his eldest daughter lying, it's like, bro, kids lie all the time. I know kids that have perfect parents that raise them and love them, and they still lie. Kids lying is just a thing that kids do when they know they're going to get in trouble.
Yeah, but her motive for the lie is what's important. There.
Okay, so look. So in my household, let's say I can't, I'm not supposed to take cookies out the cookie jar. I take the cookies out the cookie jar. I wasn't supposed to go in the jar anyways. If I know I did that, I'm going to lie. She knows she wasn't supposed to go in the room and stuff. So it's like,
yeah, but
parents have restrictions.
There's a big difference in the argument you're making.
But are these reasonable restrictions?
They're not.
How is that not a reasonable restriction? Don't go into my drawer. Parents have rules.
No. That part is, but not talking about heroes thing is unreasonable. That's very unreasonable in this society.
Yeah. That's like saying don't talk about Trump.
That's no.
Okay, but the reason she lied was the
talking about politics overall, because it's not just one hero.
But the reason she lied in the first place was
they completely.
But don't talk about
let's quick go.
Let's quick.
Wait, what do you want me to do?
We thought you were trying to talk.
Yeah, your break about to be over.
I made my point. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right. See you.
All right. So BG, earlier when you brought up morality, how it's subjective, right? Wouldn't that that same thing would be applied to what someone's allowed and not allowed to talk about in a household.
That's not morality. That's not morality. That's not about morality. That's
the thing that he can see it like
guys, one at a time, please. One at a time.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's not morality. That's you making a rule to not talk about the most culturally significant thing on the planet. That's not.
But the reason behind the rule, though. Exactly. The reason behind the rule could be just like a moral standpoint. He
never gave them a reason.
But here's the thing:
there was no
moral standpoint. That's why.
Like I said, that's not a good argument because that's not the reason he did it. He didn't even give them a reason. They just don't do it. That's
also,
what I'm saying. That's bad.
About this moral being subjective thing, I don't actually think that moral is that subjective. Because if you go through history and through different cultures, I don't know if there is any culture where it says, well, killing everybody however you like is okay. That it's kind of like no matter which country. The Vikings killed in war, but murder is for fun. That's always a bit.
They also they pillaged often. They got in multiple battles.
That's pillaging, but you don't. But normally, killing somebody of your own community is not something that is in any society accepted, unless it is for some reason that is justified in terms of that they are a criminal. But just randomly killing your own people is not anywhere morally acceptable.
But that's what I'm saying. Do you think All for One told him, oh, by the way, you can kill your friends if you want. Go ahead. He didn't tell them that. He didn't tell them that's a good thing to do.
He All for One told him you can kill anyone you don't like.
Yes, exactly.
So if your friends make you upset, kill them.
He said don't like.
No.
No, that's not the same thing. That's the same thing. That's the same thing.
He never said to kill people, your friends, because he wants him to have people around him. He wants him to have a family.
Yeah.
Friends.
No. I don't think he made any suggestion about who he should kill and who he should not kill. But he didn't, for example, tell him that killing your sister might have been a mistake.
Mm-hmm. But it wasn't intentional, though. He didn't want to kill.
Yeah, it was intentional, but it wasn't like he said that there was a moral restriction that said killing your sister was a mistake. It was like, yeah, okay.
Well, technically his entire family betrayed him, so all of his family would have functioned as enemies.
Actually,
hold on.
I don't think his sister really was that bad.
Let me say this. Is that fair, though? Is that fair to say he didn't say not to do it, so he did? He's like, nah, we don't know about that, though.
No, I really think that in his way he encouraged Shigaraki's mass murdering.
But the thing is, Shigaraki has a hold on. Let me say this. Shigaraki has a very high value on family and friends. So you
the ones he doesn't kill.
That's cool or whatever. But the ultimate point is the reason why everyone thinks Kotaro is like really really bad is because he has the worst outcome. He if the outcome wasn't Shigaraki destroying everything, and I don't think y'all would say Kotaro is the worst.
You're right. No, you're right. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. It's like at the end of the day, that is the outcome.
Yeah, that's the thing. The thing is why I rank Endeavor higher than him, and in my heart also higher than All for One, is because Endeavor had this redemption arc now going, which of course is 20 years late, but he's still changing, and the way he's acting now, he is definitely acting the better father than Kotaro ever did. That's a fact.
All right, look. We all
it's not enough that I would say that he was in any way a good father or better than All for One, who I think was not a good father, but in terms of just the way he interacted with Shigaraki was probably nicer. But the thing with Kotaro is that actually we don't know anything. He didn't change. There's not a time where he was a good father. He died before he had the chance to get that. Maybe he would have gone there, but he died before that happened. So all we can judge is what we have, and what we have is he wasn't a very good father.
All right, so
Aniki.
I'm letting Sayers get the last words on that. That's the end of that one.
That was my point.
We've been trying to get away from this.
No.
That was my point.
Let us get away from the point.
Yeah, we're getting away with it. Everybody.
No, we should all get last words.
Yeah, everybody just.
We already got our last words. We got
I'm trying to argue.
When they all had their last words, I got the last words.
We're good. All I'm saying is everybody in silence just read for it to comment, and I agree. But that's all. We could go to the next point though.
All right. Yeah. I'm on fire, Flow.
Who would have thought when we read that chapter we would discuss the fathers?
All of these fathers are just misunderstood people with little problems, right here and there.
Of course. And if they didn't have children, they would probably also be decent people, right?
I could see BG's argument, and And like, besides me trolling, like I agree with BG like almost completely. But just the having of like, one rule is just like, I sometimes you have to put it in perspective of like, what does that person value the most, right? Say, and if he really has a hard hate on for what's it called?
Heroes.
Heroes. Then I'll be like, all right, I could see why he doesn't want to talk about heroes. He could have done it better, yes.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna say that he's a horrible father for that. I would put that more against like Endeavor because of the actual abuse and stuff like that. And then we don't know the context behind.
There was actual abuse with Kotaro, right?
Yeah, but like that was just like the one time.
But anyway, we're gonna stick on this point. Let's move on. Yeah, move on.
All right, all right, now I got the next one. This will be I've been waiting to do this for a couple weeks now. Yo, it's
this was very chapter relevant. I mean, All for One was basically mentioned in the chapter, Endeavor was in the chapter, Shigaraki was in the chapter. Very chapter relevant.
So all right, so this is gonna be another long discussion, depending on how this goes. All right. All right, so everybody pick your sides now because I'm coming at the opposite side. Okay. Who still has money on Aizawa biting the dust and who doesn't? Everybody pick your side and you come at me.
What's the question? Can you repeat that?
What? That's not that important right now. We I gotta get back burner.
That's not gonna be divisive.
Nah, because I've been waiting for you. I wanted to do this last week, but I didn't have a chance because these niggas kept bothering me.
What was the question? I didn't understand the question.
He's asking if Aizawa was gonna die or not.
I
was gonna die or not.
I didn't understand anything. We were all talking together.
He said, "Do you think Aizawa was gonna die or not?" That's what he's pretty much saying.
He's not gonna die.
No, fuck no.
All right, Flo.
That's a tough one.
It is.
I mean, it could go either way. No, I don't think so. Mostly because I'm thinking of like Shinso. I'm thinking of Shinso. I think he's going to stick around to help Shinso because their relationship has just developed, right? Like we only got like one flashback, and I feel like he has more to offer. Maybe he loses his quirk though.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Have any of you read Barrage?
Yes.
No.
I read Barrage. Barrage.
So if you've read Barrage, you already know that Barrage is very similar to Deku, and Barrage's main mentor in that series is not like All Might, but he's actually way more like Eraser, except he actually has a gag. And with MHA being like his greatest hits, I don't see him getting rid of a character dynamic that he's had and wanted to use in the story for a long time. Not to mention, like right now, it just doesn't make sense. Yeah, like you gotta think like he's like Barrage was written in like what 2012.
Yeah.
So like if he's been dedicated, so if he's been dedicated to doing this for like so long, then I'm just not gonna throw away like Aizawa like that. Like it's kind of like how part of us was like Mirko ain't dying with how much he's talking about how much he loves Mirko.
I feel like you have a better argument. I feel like you have a more divisive conversation talking about Gran Torino.
All right, well that man, he had to paint that man. That's he biting the dust. That's a wrap. That's a wrap.
I say that because I've seen people actually say that they think, oh yeah, they don't keep him alive. I'm like, have we learned nothing? Have we learned nothing from Night Eye? Yeah, he didn't die immediately. He still died like a few chapters later.
All right, well then we'll put this one on the back. So Aniki called the shots here. Said we'll put this one on the back burner for a later time.
But because I want to discuss more about
the chapter itself.
Yeah, what I want to know. What I want to know is, what do you think this leads for Bakugo since they don't think he's gonna die?
So the thing is,
I want Dustin to be here. He would have made this spicy.
Oh, that was. I knew it was
going to be here, man. I know when we saw this.
We already have diet Dustin in here already.
Diet Dustin. This thing.
The nigga said diet Dustin.
All right, so look. Here, Sayas, did you have something that you were gonna answer, like based on the what do you think this goes for Bakugo's character?
Yeah. But when I read the chapter, I know in the past when we saw this skill, it was to activate the quirk, but I always thought that this is also the same skill that is used to steal the quirk. So
that's what you came in on.
Yeah, that's what I came in on, and so I thought that in this chapter he had stolen the quirks of both Endeavor and Bakugo.
Yeah,
and
I thought this.
Bakugo also on top of that is seriously injured. But I don't know. The chapter is called Bakugo Rising and not falling. So I kind of want him to survive this because I think it would be very interesting to see him live without his quirk, if that is what happened, which I don't know.
That plot is boring as hell. Actually,
fuck that. That's ass. I hate that.
That plot is super boring. Like so boring.
I've seen a lot of people want that, and I don't understand why. Because it's like I don't find any. For me, maybe I'm weird. I've already seen Mirio do that, which Mirio was kind of necessary for the story. And for the whole situation, and like for Deku's whole situation is necessary. I mean, he's a side character anyway. I don't give a fuck. Go ahead. But with a main character, people want that with Deku too. And I'm like, I don't see why this is interesting to people.
I mean, the thing is, I don't really understand. He obviously didn't activate his quirk here. So what did he do with these weird tendrils?
What I was thinking he was going to do was he was going to let's grab him. It's because it's a range move, and he could pull those shits back in too. So I thought
that's what he was looking for. He was about to body Deku. Deku already broke his body, and he was about to Deku. That would have been Deku had Bakugo not moved in the way.
I thought he aimed to steal Deku's quirk. That's what I thought.
No, I just see that it's him using the tendrils to grab Deku and pull him in, so he can take the quirk from him.
But it's not a grab move. I mean, we see the same attack.
It is a grab move. If you remember,
Endeavor, it just spikes him.
Well, so here's the thing. No, wait, I got this, BG. So once again, this comes back to Kamino. At Kamino, All for One uses those tendrils on All Might specifically to grapple him and throw him into a phone tower. So
I forgot that. Yeah.
Yep. So like if you go back and rewatch it, especially if you watch it in the dub. It's right when All for One goes, you can't stop him because I am here. And then he yeets him into a tower. Mm-hmm. So I remember it specifically because he says, I am here in the same cadence of the dub. Mm-hmm. So like, this was more than likely him being like, get your ass over here. I'm done with this. I want the power. I'm on fire. I don't have eyeballs.
I don't have eyeballs.
He went full Scorpion on it.
Yeah, listen. When I read that shit the first time, and this nigga wasn't even when this nigga had his black speech bubble mode, this nigga wasn't even speaking English. That shit scared the fuck out of me, nigga. Like I was picturing like alien or some shit. That nigga was like, little brother. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Oh
man, started scaring the fuck out of me, nigga.
You see, like a skull under his mask of One for All. The first time that you see him in the manga,
I hated that mask.
Yeah. I thought to myself, is he an alien? I don't know what he did.
I loved it.
I'm like, where the nigga eyes? And I've been rereading a lot lately too. I was rereading a lot of panels with them. They really thought this nigga was dead because they literally said, I can't believe he survived that shit.
Yeah.
And All for One was like, yo, he was like, oh, you come to kill me again, huh? Like, they was really, all of I was trying to get that nigga out of fate, dog.
That's the thing is that, like, this is kind of, in a lot of ways, this fight is kind of like what All Might versus All for One would have been like. Mm-hmm. Except in this scenario, Deku was slowly injuring himself.
I mean, if they still had a face and a lung.
Yeah, like I'm saying, like this is more like what the fight looked like when All Might went in for the kill, like just recklessly bludgeoning this man with zero regards for his health. Because like I said, if you're willing to throw punches that level city blocks while your intestines are hanging out, you do not care about your safety.
You're not care about your safety. You just like hammering the guy like.
Because. Yeah, that nigga All for One was like, when you charged at me after you had your fucking organs hanging out your body. That shit. He's like, that shit shook me. He's like, I still got nightmares about that shit, nigga. I'm like, God damn.
We won't have nightmare of this. Just imagining somebody, you see his intestines, his lungs like flying in the air. He just come for your ass, like he just want to beat your ass, like.
He's standing over you, punching you in the face as doo-doo flakes fall out his ripped intestines.
Nigga said doo-doo flakes.
It's a bad time. It's a bad time.
I wanted to make sister. I was talking about like what we thought was gonna happen with Bakugo. I just want to make these couple of points and just real quick. Let me just finish all my points before y'all like interject to them because it's gonna be like a little because I'm covering all the points of where I think could happen with Bakugo. So in the scenario that Bakugo doesn't die here, I think Bakugo is potentially paralyzed, and that like actually that was my door, but fuck, give me a second.
Okay.
All right. That wasn't his. That was me. I got that nigga out of here. I ain't want him talking. So anyway, no, I'm just playing.
So see, I could touch that paralysis point, but because like that's the same thing as the quirkless point, where it's not that interesting.
No, I think he could still fight by being paralyzed.
I don't think it went through his back though. To me, it looked like it went to his side.
All right, cool. All right, I'm back.
You mean his spine?
Wait. Rex is back.
All right, cool. So let's say in the case that he is
you said paralyzed.
Paralyzed, like for essentially what I'm saying is Bakugo character arc for the most part has been completed with the action of doing like if he completed in the action of the same thing that Deku did for him in chapter 1. Like chapter 1, he written his body moved on his own. He's atoning through Deku with his training, and of course like if he is if he dies, he can have the moment says, I'm sorry for everything that happened or whatever. And that can complete his character arc. So right there, Bakugo character arc is complete and he can die and he's a martyr and
But I don't want him
real quick.
Let him finish everything.
Attack him later.
So if he dies, like Bakugo's character arc is complete for this little bit of everything that Bakugo's been doing up to from chapter 1 up to 285, 286. And that's fine. And Bakugo's character arc is complete. But if he's paralyzed, that leaves open more for, oh, he's injured. Now he has to watch the people that, like in Class A, Class B, that he thought were beneath him, grow and get better. Then he has to support Deku from a distance. And like, there's a lot of character, and you could create new character arcs for Bakugo in the future.
That's boring as fuck.
That's boring.
Yeah, no. Again, but that's the way to have more happen with his character. But I think he should die here because I think his character arc is wrapped up, and I think that there's nothing like. And if his quirk is still in, we've seen that happen already. So I think death here is the one. And like when Seiya said, it's called Katsuki Bakugo Rising. Well, it could be him rising to the occasion that he's always been meant to do. It doesn't mean that he's rising like, and this is a permanent rise. It means he's risen to where he always needed to be to save Deku because of everything he's done in his past. This could be this could be him rising to his final moment, his climax. And I think
my problem with that would be that his atonement is just started. Dude, I'm in the restroom right now. I got like 5 to 10 minutes.
But like, okay, so like Squid, my thing is his atonement for himself has just started, but Deku essentially has already like in Deku's mind, he's already like, cool, like it happened in the past. We're friends now, move on. And in Bakugo's mind, he hasn't done enough. So yeah, in his mind, he's just starting atonement. But for Deku, he already sees him as a friend and as a rival. So in Deku's mind, like the apology that we're all looking for, I don't think even Deku really cares if he ever gets the apology. Like that's Deku mind because we know Deku really doesn't care about himself and he thinks little of himself so many times, like so much. I think Deku's completely fine with where they are now, but Bakugo atonement in himself, he doesn't feel like he's completed enough. So I think that's why I'm saying that his atonement has just begun for himself, but the person that he's atoning for is pretty much already forgiven. It's like Fuyumi, basically.
Let me come in. Let me come in.
You go.
I was gonna say, like, the problem I have with this is I'm not of the mindset that once a character arc is over, oh yeah, by the way, we don't need you anymore.
Thank you.
Fuck that.
That's not mindset that his character arc isn't even over. So
yeah, I don't think it's over either. But I'm saying, like, even under the idea that it is over, the thing about character arcs ending is we get to see how they've changed because of their character arc. I want to see that. I don't think that's a smart idea for it to be like, okay, by the way, now your character arc's over, I'm gonna make it to where you can't utilize that. Whether that be killing you or paralyzing you, you're gonna not be able to really show how you've changed because you'll be in a new fucked up situation. Fuck that. That's boring. I think that's boring as fuck. But Squid, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want borrowed time. You want borrowed time.
Yeah, you want borrowed time. So like you get priority on like speaking on stuff.
Okay, so what The thing is, for me, Bakugo hasn't really communicated his worries to Deku, because we have seen that he does demonstrate an awareness of Deku's lack of self-worth and how he has very little care for his own body. And I think by killing him, I think you're robbed of that moment where he really gets to communicate that and strengthen his bond. Now, I got to go back to working these statistics, so bye.
Right. I think that that was quick. So I think that he can't quite die yet. I think I understand the argument that his redemption as far as being Deku's bully. I think at this point, the last 3 chapters we did that. We're kind of there. He now has to say sorry to Deku, and that basically concludes that. But I do think that with Bakugo, there's a lot more going on. Especially these last 3 chapters, we saw him very much go into this new role of being essentially a after All Might for Deku, who would help him train, would help him understand his quirk, would help him do all this research on the prior users. Like we had all this discussion where he had this conversation with All Might before in the last flashback, where I thought he would in the future step up to be this new figure with which Deku would train his quirk that would help him once All Might is gone. And that is why it would now feel weird for me if Bakugo dies suddenly, because I thought it was set up to be his new training partner in a way.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, to add on to that point, so it's like, what was the entire point of only him knowing about this in the entire time? Making comments to Deku along the way, like analyzing his growth more than anybody other than All Might.
And like his questions about who is the 4th user, it's like,
it's like, and you get All Might is dying. Everybody agrees on that. They know if ands or buts about that. That nigga finna get out the paint very, very soon. So it's like, yeah, people may find out about All for One, but nobody really, and AFO and all that, but nobody knows the history like Bakugo and them do. It's like, what was he there for this entire time in the background? Just not like knowing about the quirk, but having the secondhand information right there, even knowing more than Deku knows and perceiving more than Deku knows about the damn quirk, because he catching on to shit on the slick side. But Deku's been blind about All Might, his fanboyism for All Might. That he don't notice the shit. Also... He just put complete trust in him. But Bakugo noticed that shit. Like, what are you fucking hiding on the side? Like, you being kind of slick. So if you get All Might out the paint, and the only person he knows about the shit and that can truly help him openly or like just even more in depth, what you gonna do? Because
just now in chat, it was also said that we don't even know his hero name yet, which he wanted to say to Best Genius or somebody else if Best Genius doesn't come back, but we do have to find that out, right?
Yeah. Like I said, there's too many things lingering. Like that's the reason. It's the same argument I use against people saying that this is the last arc of the series. There's too much stuff left for these characters, for the story itself, for this to be the last arc. And the same goes for fucking Bakugo's character. He's not. He's more than just being. He has more to him than just being Deku's former bully.
Okay, so
he's the future #1 hero.
Okay, let's not cap. Stop.
Here's the thing.
Yes.
No. Hear me out here. Because one, let's be real here. Deku is not gonna get to be a pro hero his entire adult life. Mm-hmm. We just gotta get that out the way now.
No, I was going to say. No, I'm actually saying cap for a different.
What do you mean
he's
not gonna get to be a pro hero?
No, I'm saying cap, and I'm saying cap for a different reason entirely. There won't be any #1s.
Oh, you mean like in that? Okay, yeah, like in that sense, yeah. Like Bakugo is gonna end up being in the spot that a #1 hero would have been because Deku's gonna end up retired just because of how much fucking damage he puts on his body.
Okay.
Yep.
So, and that's part of what I wanted to bring up in this chapter, like something that, if you notice throughout the series, is that while Deku is emphasized as like being the one who uplifts and brings people together, the character who spends the most time on panel coordinating quirk plus quirk combo attacks with other people is always Bakugo.
Yeah.
Like if you think back to the Sports Fest, Kirishima, get hard. Mina, Raccoon Eyes.
I don't remember that scene.
All right, relax.
Grown men and women.
Relax. That's not how it was supposed to be.
I love the short look of why are they laughing suddenly?
He been reading fan fiction.
Don't hands on the side. I see.
This is why everybody hates the My Hero community.
This is my fault. Okay, whatever. Next, here. Pause. There, you feel better now?
Not really. I'm a little discomforted.
He just says.
Can we get back on point?
Kishima, use your quirk.
Yeah. So use your Quirk, please.
Look, drop a pause in the chat, y'all.
How did the chat react to this? How did the chat react to this?
Yeah, usually I don't care, but like that was kind of like spot on, like straight up, like.
JJ, shut the fuck up, JJ.
Somebody tell me how the chat reacted to this. What they say?
JJ was saying Kiri X Bakugo confirmed by Aniki.
To be honest, the way the sentence would have continued, I'm not sure if it would have been a Kiri Baku shipper or a Kiri Mina shipper.
I was about to say, he said raccoon eyes, lay down your acid, and tape farm, pull out the tape. I was just gonna like list through like the shit he was saying. But like, so like you see like there, he's got the play-by-play, sets up the blitz, takes out the Monomatine joint training, orchestrates the entire like play-by-play. They're like, we can't do that. He's like, no, we literally can. And if I get caught, which eventually happens, you guys are already there to like back me up. And then like you see now, he's like, Endeavor, save your firepower. I can carry you. It's not, Shoto do this, or even like when you think about in a lot of Shoto's fights, especially, Bakugo will be sitting there like, okay, so this is how Shoto's quirk is working. Is it like a magic meter? Okay, because he always opens up with ice, like blah, 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 blah. So like you see all these different things where he's constantly the one. So I think when you get to like that Justice League phase, it'll kind of be like, I guess like think of it like Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know if anybody finished like the last arc of Yu-Gi-Oh! But basically the guy who Seto Kaiba's a reincarnation of becomes the Pharaoh because Yami like pieces out at the end.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like that where like Deku will probably get the final fight on Shigaraki, but that'll probably be the end of his career, and Deku and Bakugo ends up leading the next.
Yeah, I like that. And it's definitely true that it would be a massive waste if Bakugo got to leave the fold before he could ever use this skill to combine other people and heroes and quirks in any useful way.
Okay, guys, I just want to say something.
Exactly. That's why the death.
Aniki, I love your shirt. I love your shirt.
Thank you.
I just real quick, like I just want to know where y'all stand on this. Do y'all think every character always has to have a complete character arc, or like all their threads have to be complete?
I think
I don't.
Wait. I think if you have an incomplete character arc, it needs to add more to the story than it takes away, though.
I feel like
I don't think it would. I don't think it would because of the fact that it's mostly because of the fact of what is it? Because you've already have Deku going potentially losing more people already. It's going to continuously happen over and over again. I feel like, and not to mention that, what is it? At this point, Bakugo is far more than just being part of Deku's story. All Might is just part of Deku's story at this point in the story. But Bakugo has his own story. So by cutting that short, you really kind of fuck up. You kind of fuck up the whole dynamic right there.
Like I don't think every character needs to have their own character arc. Is there enough characters that just play a role in somebody else's character arc, or just too short term to ever have a big character arc? But I think the character arcs that you start, you have to bring to some sort of thing. It doesn't have to be the ultimate ending. You can leave it somewhat open ended, but there has to be some satisfying conclusion to it. Payoff.
Okay. Let me jump in. Let me chime in real quick, and then I'll let you go, BG. So basically, Momo had basically completed her character arc within a split second because she never really doubted herself that more than that split second. She rose up to the occasion, and her plan actually worked. And you've seen how skillful she is. That she made over 15 canisters of fucking anesthesia, undiluted anesthesia. Yeah. In less than 10, they said in less than 10 seconds. And she made cannons, and she had everybody diverse a trap to get Makia. And her plan actually worked. It's just Maki is a complete different breed. So it would have been how Cage just to kill her off there because her character arc is technically complete. If you want to get technical about her rising to the occasion, her not down herself on her level. But no, for the most part, it's her being. Her having a confidence, self-confidence, and leader, and being showing her true capabilities, which she did do in that moment. So essentially, it would be okay to just do her character in there, because it could be the same thing for Bakugo, because he still has leagues of ways to go to other things. Apologizing is the only thing. Even apologize here, you still got the hero name. I'm sorry, my hero name is this. Just throwing the shit out there. It's okay. He really didn't have to.
I don't want to cut you off. I don't want to cut you off. I just want to say this. I don't want to cut you off, but I'm gonna cut you off. I just want to say this. I just want to say this.
He wanted to cut
his
you
name,
off. Don't let
his name is his name is not going to be fucking Kachan. I want everybody to know that.
Yeah. Shout out to that. Yo, Tarnish be bad as fuck whenever I say that shit. He be like, bro, drop. Nah,
no, dude, Tarnish on the same wave. That name's ass. That name's ass. Good on you, Tarnish.
Yeah. Hey, Tarnish. He said, "Can we talk about how if it wasn't for All for One, Shiggy would probably be dead." Okay.
We still talking about Bakugo right now. Can we still talk about Bakugo? Like, I feel like this is a very good discussion because I'm saying like y'all different takes on like when characters should be taken out of the story when they shouldn't, and just for me personally, I think that yes, Bakugo his own character, and I think Horikoshi has done something where this is actually a positive and a negative. He has fleshed out these side characters so much that y'all now think that all these side characters have to have like their independent things. Like,
hold up, it's not all of them, but Bakugo's an exception.
Let me finish.
Let Rex finish, and then I'm gonna say something to that anyway because I had something that I've been waiting to say. So Rex,
but like characters like Bakugo is an important character. He's been there since chapter 1. He's made it 285 chapters into the series. Yes, there's potential for Bakugo to do more. There's potential for a lot of dead characters in a lot of manga to do more. But what I'm saying is because he's been developed so much, because he feels like his own person, because he feels like he has so much more outside of Deku, like you feel like he needs to live to accomplish those things. Where I'm looking at it as he's completed this chapter specifically. The callbacks to chapter 1 is so crazy. Like there's so many callbacks to chapter 1, and I feel like in the Bakugo, like my body moved on my own thing. It's such a defining moment for Bakugo because like he's been a hero before, but this is the time where he like All Might said all the heroes that were younger had that moment where their bodies moved on their own. His body's finally he's the hero now. Bakugo is essentially the hero that All Might always said. So I think it's okay to end Bakugo's arc here. Yes, there's some open-ended threads, but I think that what it does for the story in the future is that now the issue that we had with Mirio and Deku, where he was like, "Oh, do I deserve to have one for all?" I think that gets extravated to like 1,000%, where he's like, if Bakugo had this quirk, he could have saved everyone. And I feel like there's so much growth from Deku from Bakugo's. I know you don't like that because you feel like Bakugo has so much more out of that, but we don't know the repercussions that Horikoshi will write in for Deku's character mentally.
That actually wasn't my problem with that. That wasn't my problem with that.
Don't worry, I'm next BG. So let Rex finish.
Yeah, but and I think that the way I see it is that Bakugo had I think that this could be an instance where when I was talking with Ian and I was like, there's a chance that Izuku's personality could not drastically change, but he could be kind of nonsense. And where he is really serious, and it takes his rest of the friends like Ochiko and stuff him training and doing all of that to bring him back to the bright-eyed kid that we know. And I think there's a lot of stock in that type of growth for Deku. And I think Bakugo being alive kind of because if Bakugo's alive, then All Might just dies. He has someone, he has a pillar there to just keep supporting him. But I feel like if both of his pillars are going, there's so much growth for Deku. And of course, there's things that can but I just feel like Bakugo is such a complete character that you don't you can have more, but it's not necessarily needed. That's just my take on it.
Okay, so a couple of things that I want to talk about. First of all, the way that Shoto, Bakugo, and Deku are written, as well as Shigaraki, all 4 of them are basically structured as protagonists within the series.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yes.
So it's not so much that we're side characters, definitely so much as specifically these 4 characters, the story is built around them. Even more so than it's built around Endeavor or AFO or any Hawks or any of these other characters, it is built around these 4. But to that same degree, Bakugo functioning as a pillar for Deku is necessary because Bakugo, the thing that Uraraka and all of them have, yes, they have the connection that can make Deku feel good, but Deku's gonna have that guilt that you mentioned about whether or not he was worthy, whether or not he should have had it after this arc, regardless of whether or not Bakugo is alive. Even if All Might lives, he's still gonna have these questions. Why? Because he's still going to have failed. He's still going to not have taken out All for One, and he's still going to be crippled. So, like having Bakugo, but like the thing is that Bakugo's always had like that realist, and he's always used as a reality check and a BS detector. So as Deku slides into like this mindset of like a depravity, like deciding that, you know, he wasn't worthy, all these other things. Yes, this is the moment where Bakugo shows that he was worthy of One for All, effectively, but that doesn't change the fact that in this moment also he's still protecting Deku because Deku's worth investing in, and Deku needs to be able to understand that. So Bakugo getting injured here, sure, that's already going to be something he's guilty about. Whether or not Bakugo dies or not, he's going to feel guilty about that. So Bakugo being there to actually push him and go, yeah, you did screw up, you did mess up the plan, you did not actually have the optimal strategy, but sitting around being mad about it isn't going to fix anything. You need to do better. So like hearing that from the person he's like feeling guilty and upset over, I think it's more valuable than if even All Might himself said it, because at the end of the day, Bakugo getting to sit down and have an actual drawn out conversation with Deku can't happen in this particular context. So like he needs to be able to talk to him, needs to be able to like say, this and this, your self-destructive tendencies are part of why I ended up like pushing you away so much, and like to actually have these mental health conversations, because Deku vs. Kachan 2 was them talking all about how Bakugo felt and like how they felt about Bakugo, but they haven't had a conversation about how they feel about Deku or how they feel about Midoriya as a person. Because one of the things that I realized is that like as much as we laugh about Madman Midoriya, or you think about how like Gentle's like, oh, he's mad, Bakugo has literally been watching him be crazy for like 10 years. So it's not like, for him, like it stopped being funny a long time ago. Madman Midoriya isn't a joke. His friend is literally this insane person. So like I don't see him being utilized as a character better by being taken away from the story, taken away from the action, taken away from like the interactions. Whereas like someone like All Might, he's got his depression storyline. We got the confirmation of that. Could he sit around and maybe give nebulous advice about One for All? Sure. But we know that Deku needs to get away from him. And the reality is that if Deku wasn't currently obsessed with One for All, treating it like it was special, treating it like it wasn't just another piece of his body, if Deku wasn't treating like this quirk as anything more than a quirk, he would be teaming up right now. He would be like, he wouldn't be like, oh snap, I got a max range Black Whip and now Endeavor's up there. Like, no, he would have been like hoping for that and planning for it. But because he's so blinded by All Might, he's going to be like, he needs Bakugo specifically, somebody who grew up, worshiped All Might right next to him, to break that disillusionment and get him to be somebody other than All Might too. You feel me?
Yeah.
This nigga spitting.
No, I definitely want to agree with the point that we don't need a complete arc for every character, but Bakugo he's literally introduced like second or third panel. He's one of the main characters, whether he is the formal official main character or not. He's definitely not just a random side character that we can. And secondly, also, he is kind of the character that Deku wants acknowledgement the most from, because All Might, of course he wants to be acknowledged by All Might, but All Might always gives him this acknowledgement. Like pretty much from the start, from when he gave him his quirk, All Might said, you're worthy of it, essentially. And Bakugo wasn't like that. He has to say that's why it's, I think, more important for Deku to hear Bakugo's acknowledgement than All Might's.
Yeah, like my thing is, he's not a side character in the first place. He's a deuteragonist.
Hold up.
Yeah,
I like that.
Something's about to happen. Again. Something's about to happen. Again.
Dustin?
Somebody's going to get muted because they echo.
Damn.
Dustin
no, Ian is here.
Oh, there we go. That's what the fuck I'm waiting on.
I was actually about to say Ian's point for him.
The whole TV's here.
Yeah, shout out to my guy Ian, bro.
What's Ian's point?
About that, if Bakugo is dead, Ian can explain himself, but he was basically saying if Bakugo is dead, it could essentially like leave open for the Uraraka Deku relationship to blossom. Because if Bakugo's there not to be the pillar Uraraka would be, and that could be their love interest relationship growing more.
I think that's bad too. I think that's bad too, because that's going to turn into a Neji situation. That's going to turn into a Neji situation. Fuck that. Oh my God.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to have my boy Neji. Don't do my.
Wait,
boy
what do you
like
mean a Neji situation?
A Neji situation is where Kishimoto admitted the only reason he killed Neji in the first place was to get Hinata and Naruto together.
No. This is.
I'm not saying that that's the main reason, but the point is that his death
triggering his PTSD.
Yeah, his death would be the cause of their relationship. Would be like push that relationship.
No. That wouldn't be the reason.
No, hold on. Let me just say this real quick.
You go ahead.
Yeah. So the idea is not that those things are correlations. It's just more like, hey, if Bakugo dies, there are all these other reasons that I'm sure people have brought up for if it was good or not. But I'm just saying that's another like little thing where it's just like, oh, this allows for other things. It doesn't mean they're mutually exclusive, though. That's not what I was saying. Or like one has to cause the other. It was just something that I had discussed with Rex. I was like, oh, if Bakugo dies and it connects to these things, I guess this could also connect. But yeah, it's not like a mutually exclusive thing.
Yeah, but I also don't see why Uraraka couldn't be a pillar for Deku if Bakugo's still around. I mean.
Yeah. That's why it's just like, okay, logically that would make it even more essential. But it doesn't mean that
more of a pillar.
Yeah.
More of a pillar.
But it doesn't mean that she can only be. That's not.
Okay.
I'd like to touch up on this fact real quick too, because I think I think this confession of something is coming sooner rather than later. Because just the way the story set up and the structure and the inedible time skip that I'm pretty sure everybody here agrees on, more or less.
I do. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, so we're gonna skip what 3-4 years, and then they still haven't made a single move towards progressing the relationship. Because if that gets off screen, I can already hear the fandom fucking bitching like it ain't no tomorrow. I wish we would have seen this. Why we gotta see this on the flash? But they all together.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
I don't care.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I do. I care about it, but I don't think. I'm not a shipper, so it's not gonna.
But this is just a logic. Listen, it ain't got nothing to do with being a shipper. It's just a logical. We know this is pretty much going to happen. It's the only love interest. If you want to count Melissa and them, they not even fucking in the story. So like they not even like completely super duper candid. Like this is the obvious thing. She has affection for him. He's only shown affection for her. If you literally reread the story, it's only been her.
No, of course.
They've been hinting it. So it's like my thing is like it's like if you perceive that this nigga Deku nearly died 2 seconds ago and she had to lock those feelings away, I'm pretty sure she's not going to continue to lock those feelings away if we just almost died. It's literally the end of the world, the end of our country.
Yeah, it's just that, like, for me, like, the romantic side plot in Shonen is not what I look forward to the most, because I always think it's, even the best Shonen, I always think it's kind of mediocre.
Yeah, can I mention that real quick, or did anyone else have something to say about that?
No, go ahead, give your perspective, Ian.
So one, real quick, I gotta just be like, yes, the arm thing. That's the only thing that matters. The arms, they came back. Yes.
Yeah. When I read the first few panels this chapter, I thought about that too.
Everyone had flashbacks to Ian ranting about it for years. Yeah.
It's how we became boys, boy.
So that's just my one thing, like, because that was when I was first reading MHA. Whenever I saw Deku get told about his arms, and he actually took it seriously, like because you would figure like most shonen, it would be like, okay, he said 2 or 3, so we'll have a few fights where he'll use one of the 1 or 2 and stuff like that. But no, and he didn't have to like switch to his legs because he only gets that way if he uses 100%. So he could have easily been like, okay, I'll double down and use my arms and keep him safe. But he's like, no, I don't want to get any damage on that. So whenever I saw Horikoshi setting that up, I was like, okay, I really love how he's taking this seriously, but this is a Chekhov's gun if I've ever seen one. This is something that's going to come back. So seeing at the start of this chapter, I was like, yes, everything was true. I saw it. So that's my one thing. And then as far as the Uraraka thing, I could care less about their romance as like a shipping thing. The thing that I see value in is that if Deku's whole character, which I think we can see in this chapter plainly, he like very much is in this, like, I'm the hero, but not even like hero to other people. It's just my job as one for all successor to defeat all for one. He's in like this dehumanizing state, basically, where he's like, I have a job to do and I got to do this. And I think there is value just in knowing that someone isn't just your friend, but that they like love you. And so that's something that I think is would just be valuable for his character, not from a romantic perspective, but the fact that it's been so one-sided in terms of how Horikoshi frames it, in terms of like, it's always Uraraka's perspective, Uraraka's thing, Uraraka saying, I need to hold these back. I think there's going to be value whenever whoever dies or whoever's hurt or whoever's lost a leg or however Deku ends up after this, to just be like, hey, Deku, just like a friend here who wants to help you and be like, yeah, if you want to talk, like, no, I love you and I want to lift you up and help you. And I think there's value in that.
I think that has to be.
Ian, shout out to Ian for having my back. See, this
so hold on, because I think that actually has to be a part of this arc. Like that has to happen to a certain degree, because if Uraraka can't talk to Deku about her feelings after people have died, and like not necessarily like in the same arc, like we do, like in the same arc, I would not expect that to happen. Like, do not expect Uraraka to be like, Deku, while you're laying here totally mangled, let's have a conversation about whether or not we date.
He's like
that's not gonna happen.
But that's why you notice everything I said has nothing to do with even them dating. It's it's just about getting those feelings out, knowing that someone feels even more strongly about you than all your pals that you've saved or whatever.
Like her and Bakugo's, like I think it would be even more powerful to have both her and Bakugo like crying over his body, because I still think Deku's going to be more injured than Bakugo.
I don't think Bakugo's going to be able to walk over to his body. I think he's going to be paralyzed. Yeah, I think
boring plot.
Well, I don't think Bakugo's paralyzed either, because I feel like they hit his side, not his spine. Anyway, but anyway,
here's more clear that it looks to be more of his side.
I don't. I don't think I feel like he'll be hurt and he'll have some issues, but I feel like at the end of the day he'll still be able to be a hero. He'll still be able.
He has to have permanent damage of some sort, because that's how MHA does its character growth. Is you
to do that, we can do it because Ida still has trouble with his I think it was his arm. I think it was his arm or his leg that from the Stain arc. His hands that the doctor said he still gonna have trouble with that shit later on. Yeah, he still gonna have trouble with that shit later on. So
Bakugo's gonna be something. Hospital, they're gonna say, Bakugo, if you get stabbed in the spine 2 or 3 more times, you're gonna use permanent usage of your leg.
Oh my god.
No, this is on the right side, which is actually one of the safer sides to get stabbed on, because he's not gonna get hit in the spleen.
Yeah,
so this is more than likely. Though. Yeah, this is probably like a bit of a through and through his like lower or like small intestine. So,
but if he
might get an All Might injury, like
spine. It's a bit difficult.
Thank you for letting me know that, Aniki.
We're gonna get skinny Bakugo.
We might, but it could also end up being like a kidney intestine injury, so that like you get.
It's got to be something long term.
That can't drink.
I feel the problem with that being if it being like internal damage, how does that translate to?
More than likely, what you would just have is like stamina issues, is how they're going to portray.
I mean, let's be honest. All Might was living for I don't know how long without a stomach, so.
What niggas turning the Terminator out here? What the hell?
That's Ponzu. I don't know what's going on, bro.
This nigga fucking with Skynet and shit. You know what Ponzu sound like? Ponzu sound like Awful when he took over Shiggy Body.
I'm guessing we discussed that too, where I'm pretty sure it's just the vestige. It's not
actually. We were all like, it's the vestige.
Gus is the only person I've seen that says
my theory is that it's going to be in charge for a little bit, and I think we're gonna, because we still need to see Shigaraki's response to Twice's death, and so I think that is what will actually pull his side back out, and he will take control again. I think that would be really powerful, honestly.
Also, something important about the vestige that we didn't talk about: it prioritized attacking over healing.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, like the vestige could have took over and been like, I'm prioritizing all healing right now. And instead it was like, I gotta get that nigga. So
well, I think that just has to do with, I don't think All for One is like, Shigaraki, did you know you have super duper regen? I'll just activate that for you. I think he was like, get the thing that's burning my regen off. So I don't know if it's necessarily like a prioritizing thing. I think it's the thing that's killing me. Let's get that off real quick. And then, by the way, Aniki, I'm pretty sure you're completely correct that he has a list quirk, because he's just like, find a quirk, figure out what I have and what I can use. So
yeah, I think it's just a built-in feature of All for One.
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, that would be weird if it's just some random quirk without the possibility to steal quirks, to have a list that lists your quirks.
Hey, there's Eraserhead, who if everyone else in the world didn't have a quirk, he would be worthless. So.
I mean, if everyone else didn't have a quirk, then he would even know he had a quirk.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be worthless. Oh, same.
Actually, no, you would know that his hair could.
Also, the original, the first user.
Yeah, I was literally just about to say that.
Speaking of not having a quirk, speaking of not having a quirk, Aniki, it's time to turn up. If you didn't read Vigilantes, I really don't care. Spoilers coming in. because we don't told y'all niggas over the years to read this shit.
Whoa,
Shout out to
whoa.
listen. How long have we been on screen?
No. You can't just do that. You can't. I haven't caught up yet. You can't just be like,
nigga, we been telling you niggas since we been streaming.
So I have other things I read.
I say this is Aniki's stream, so he gets the call.
Like,
yo,
I'll just leave.
Look. We can wait another week, but I need y'all to just like go ahead and read it. I don't like we've been doing this for like 6-7 months, and we need to be like, and kind of want to be able to incorporate.
Why don't y'all just talk about it? Have a full like set up a time to talk about vigilantes and everything. Why don't y'all do that?
Because we own it though.
It's all MHA.
8 months.
Well, I mean, to be fair to him, I feel like he means like a general discussion about vigilantes periods, and you don't really do that.
And then like, you could tie it in with the rest of the story. But this, we're talking about the chapter right now. I don't understand like what we have. To
because it was a relation though. But you didn't read vigilantes. That's the point.
But what I'm saying is, you don't. So it's not required to read vigilantes to read My Hero. Like it's a nice bonus information, but you don't.
I mean, the amount of crying people did because they didn't understand Aizawa's backstory.
That's kind of the point.
That's kind of the point. Yeah.
Guess what? I was on the TL telling niggas that when that shit came out.
You don't need vigilantes to understand the Shirakumo connection.
Yeah,
understand it better if you read it.
It's just like it's what it is it's just like Nana during the All Might fight. You care that All Might cares about this person. You care about Aizawa that he cares about this person. But if you read Vigilantes, then you get to cry with the characters. That's the only difference. Exactly. But as a writing technique, it wasn't like weaker because he didn't show it. And I went back to that chapter. He shows way more flashbacks to Shirakumo than I actually remembered. So even if you read Vigilantes, it's all there.
You tell that to the people who read it and don't read Vigilantes. They didn't like it. They thought it was like poor because we don't understand and we don't care for him.
They were bitter because they didn't read this shit prior to
training.
Literally, if they had no knowledge of vigilantes been existing, they don't have a problem with it. That's my thing.
That's the thing is that
I partially agree with that. Yes, I partially agree with that.
Yeah, people who don't know about vigilantes don't get uppity about it. People who know about vigilantes decide that their stubborn refusal to read something is a reflection of an author's skill when like literally you could have just read the fucking thing that's existing.
And Horikoshi doesn't even write vigilantes. Like that's what
I'm saying. He does. Pause.
No, him and the person who actually wrote it, they discussed it for hours. Like he actually helped spawn that story. That is his story too.
No, I'm not saying it's not, but that wasn't. I'm not saying he's a supervisor. He helps, but I'm saying like ultimately Horikoshi doesn't write every single detail in Vigilante is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that MHA verse content like is canon. So
he's Kevin Feige. He's essentially Kevin Feige of MHA verse.
Yeah, my whole to tie it off. My whole point is like one day, why don't y'all just have a Vigilante tie-in My Hero discussion, and instead of on a chapter like 285, like where people haven't caught up.
For once, you can finally just be caught up.
Yeah. All right. So that argument doesn't work because it's like, oh, if you don't want to get spoiled, just make sure you're caught up to everything. That's the argument I use as a joke, but it's like, what? Like,
I mean, okay. On one hand, I can agree with Rex on the regards that this was out of nowhere, so it's not really fair to say you should be caught up. You should have been caught up.
I'm fine with that. That's why I said I'm fine.
But in general, I think we should be caught up on Vigilantes because we're talking about My Hero.
Okay, but listen, did I just say you should have been read Vigilantes, or did Aniki make a video over 5 months ago saying you should read Vigilantes? Say we should read Vigilantes every week for the past 7-8 months on end. So don't act like I just came out of blue like, oh, y'all should have been read Vigilantes.
Yo, you should eat healthy and not do exercise every day. Do you do that? No.
Too bad. Who's had?
I mean, I'm not caught up either.
Like I said, it's fine. We can delay this. But understand that like you can't really like complain about us like bringing up Vigilantes because
the thing is I don't read Vigilantes, but I have no problem if you say anything about because I know that this is it's part of the canon, so it's my fault that I don't read it. That's all.
If y'all going to discuss, I'll just leave the call and I'll just come back when y''re done.
I already said we can skip it. Just stop arguing. But
what the fuck?
Here's the thing. Do you guys think Endeavor is like dead or not? Like where do you
No.
think
Fuck
it's
No, not yet.
Fuck no.
There we go. There we go. So
you got stabbed. Fuck no.
That didn't look like a deadly injury.
It's multiple chest wounds, so he technically could have gotten lung punctures, but
this is what I was talking about. This is the where East and everyone else was talking about how yes, Dobby can't beat Endeavor 101, but if he's already injured, then they can have the moment.
Yeah, Endeavor is in perfect condition for the "Why you suck and Hero Society suck" speech. He's on a platter, right?
Yeah, that's true.
He's in a perfect position for Dobby to roast him.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, I'm glad y'all said this. Ian, cue your theory about what you had because that shit had me laughing. That shit was gas.
That was fine. If I can, does anyone else have anything to say before I explain this?
Just go.
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
Wait.
Four does apparently.
Yeah. I was working on a circuit design, so I wasn't too much into the previous conversation you guys were having. So what I heard was that you guys are not in favor of Bakugo and Uraraka shipping.
Thank you.
Fuck up.
I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it.
Don't speak.
I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it.
We're not doing that crack shit. Let's go.
Flo,
what are you saying?
Again, he's just trolling.
I was on your side, Flo. I was gonna say something, but I held it back the entire time.
Yeah. Somebody who's not a heathen.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Ian.
So, and I wrote this down on Twitter, so I'm just going to read what I wrote so I wouldn't forget it. So I said, something I've thought about is how if Shigaraki is going to destroy Hero Society by he literally wants to disintegrate everything, then what does it even matter if Endeavor was a wife beater or if Hawk killed Best Genius? And then I said, what would Stain, Dobby, or Redespa's goals for a changed society matter if it's not there to crumble? That's why I think that while this war will not come to a draw, the villain's victory will be a gradual but swift change due to public outrage, unleashed villains, and mass panic. So here's how this goes down. Shigaraki's body is breaking down on its own. He needs to be rebooted and get that last month of healing. So his ultimate fate for this arc is to begin the chaos he's already done and kill some major players. Next, Dobby will come in and give his Why Endeavor and Hero Society suck speech. He will reveal Endeavor's past sins, Hawk's murder of Best Genius, his murder of Twice, and reveal the corruptness of a hero system who has literally drafted their children as child soldiers for this war. Meanwhile, before Shiggy goes back into his tank for healing, he releases everyone from Tartarus, or Gigantomachia can do this, and thus tons of villains are running amok. The Liberation Army will swoop in and give civilians tech and preach the usage of quirks for self-defense. It'll be just like the days of All for One, chaos and panic as no one feels they can trust heroes, and they will fear for their lives that if they don't protect themselves and their families, they'll be killed. Meanwhile, Shiggy has wiped off cities off the map, Giganto is running around, and fear is widespread. This gives our heroes a grace period of 1 month until Shigaraki comes back to finish off All Might. The reason I feel this is necessary is I don't think Horikoshi can justify All Might dying away from Deku, who, mind you, is literally nowhere close to here. Second, we have yet to get a classic Deku and All Might heart-to-heart scene since Overhaul arc, and I can't imagine that being relegated to a flashback. We need to see these characters interact one more time in the current time for his death to really mean something. This month allows for that. So that's my idea.
I've said my thoughts on it. I said my thoughts on that.
What do you think?
Me?
Anybody?
I think Uraraka and Bakugo should be together.
Oh my god. See, what's sad is that I looked at the chat and somebody was like, Bakugo needs to cut Deku to complete his character arc, and that kind of just messed up everything you said for me.
I was gonna just say that fucking just like I said on Twitter, just some variation of it has to happen because otherwise, as you said, that they've been setting too much up for them not to do anything with that, and it can't just be so clear cut as him just be that Shigaraki
just kills everyone.
Yeah, it can't just be society go. No, it's just we have to just
everyone dies.
My problem with that is that
just take a flow back on.
I don't know, but I think people don't tend to listen to other people who are literally just mass murderers. It's a kind of thing. I think Shigaraki, being who he is in an awful position to make a speech about the morals of superheroes.
Well, I didn't say Shigaraki did it. I said Dobby.
Yeah, but Dobby too is not in that.
Dobby actually no. Dobby actually is. Dobby is because nobody really knows about Dobby. Only people who know about Dobby is the police. Dabi's not a nationwide terrorist.
But also,
here's the thing. You have to realize that.
In fact, actually, the police don't know about Dabi. Actually,
wait. So there's plenty of people who feel like they've been harmed by their quirks, right? So already you've got people who will be sympathetic towards Dabi because of that. Like this guy shows up
and
all
his dad's
covered in
there.
wounds. Yeah, like his dad is right there. So like he pulls up, he's all injured. He says it. Endeavor has to like either decide to like lie and say it's not true, or Shoto has to lie and say it's not true, or they all get stuck confronting the fact that that's what happened.
We have child soldiers.
So yeah, like, and in addition to that, like the child soldiers will be proof. The fact that he knows who Hawks is and would call him Keigo would be a major red flag. Also, a lot of people would, like, once that was brought up, though, they'd also be like, well, who can claim they went to high school with Hawks?
You don't think Mr. Compress has best genius body in a ball, by the way?
Definitely, Dabi has a lot of proof and is in a position to say things that people would also believe. The thing is, when you then respond to these allegations with, yeah, but also, the guy that told you all of it is the same guy that sent the Nomu to Fukuoka, which destroyed half the city.
Well, there's no time to think.
But that's that. But the problem with that argument is that nobody knows this. The only person that knows this is Hawks, and Hawks is not in any position to talk right now. So the thing is, and not to mention, Hawks had a hand in that too, so he can't talk either.
Yeah.
But one way or the other, this situation is broadcasted in the entire nation. I mean, everybody would have seen what is going on here, more or less, right?
No, because the helicopter. The helicopter was over the. It's over the city.
Normally, they always live broadcast all these events. So if one of the bad guys of this event, after they destroyed the city, said, "Oh, by the way, this guy abused me as a child," I mean, what are they going to do?
Okay. There's a difference between. That's what I'm getting at. Let me go, BG.
By the way, Roger's here.
I was gonna use spoiled surprise.
Okay. You guys, wait. I'm on Twitch right now. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I had to immediately hop in. The second that I read it. Everybody this week was telling me, they were like, Roger, you got to do your live reaction on Sunday this week. This chapter was that good. You got to do it. I'm like, okay, whatever, it's fine. So I'm literally still streaming live right now, and I'm like, I got to hop in. Bro. Okay. Damn. At least Roger, I'll catch y'all later. Crazy.
I'll catch y'all later.
First and foremost, do you think Bakugo is dead? Because I don't think there's any chance in hell he's dead.
Excuse me. No, not at all. Not at all.
Good.
Not at all.
I mean, most of us are team no.
So your team,
except for like Dustin and Rex.
Except your team no, with the exception that he loses Quirk, right?
No,
Roger, because those tendrils are, yes, he did use them for forced quirk activation, but we've never seen him take quirks that way. And more than likely, Mada and Shigaraki's hands, those little holes, need to make actual contact with you before you can actually have your quirk drained. Otherwise, they're just there.
So you really don't think, because I think it's going to parallel the beginning of the story where, obviously Deku didn't have a quirk. Bakugo already had a great quirk. And now Deku's got a handle on his quirk, multiple quirks, and Bakugo loses his, and he's going to get that character reversal.
I'm going to argue against that. I'm going to argue against that for this, because the thing is, people believe that it's going to be that because he's combined quirks before, he can do it with this. But the problem is with that is that the other quirks, they work in tandem with one another. Right. But this with him having to act with at least presumably from what we've seen and what they've shown us, he has to make physical contact. He could not make a quirk that has to require physical contact, not require it, because another one doesn't. That wouldn't make any sense.
Right.
To me,
just like you would think that if All for One was actually like beating everybody down as hard as he was, he should have been able to steal One for All. But part of One for All's quirk is the condition that it is given away. So that ends up influencing whether or not you can touch the quirk or not. Just like the stockpile influences when you copy stuff. You know what I mean?
I think we all agree there's long-term consequences for Bakugo, because that's just how MHA works.
For sure, of course.
Yeah, but what consequences?
Like, I expect him to be injured. I don't expect him to lose his quirk. Like, part of the other reason why is that Bakugo losing his quirk when he's already seen as like in Deku's mind as like better him, or like better him in all these other ways, doesn't add enough to the story. It's actually kind of redundant, because we already had that with Mirio, right?
Sure.
Like, that was like expressed like directly as a result of somebody losing their quirk that's close to him. So like Horikoshi doesn't seem like he would repeat that plot for like no reason, right? Like
I'm sorry. I'm listening to you. I promise I'm listening to you. But I looked on the page on Viz and I'm on page 13 and I'm seeing that shot once again of Shigaraki just like burning alive. And I'm like, because
Shigaraki.
I know. I heard before this chapter that it was a big Bakugo chapter. Everybody was saying, "Oh, it's Bakugo." It was trending and stuff. Everybody said you got to do a live reaction. So I thought there was going to be a big moment for Bakugo. But the prominence burn, turning Shigaraki into like a Cheeto, incredible, man.
Deku doing all the greatest smashes, and his last smash potentially is Texas Smash, the first smash in the series.
Yeah, but we know.
Roger, like I pointed out to everybody earlier, did you notice that the panel, like right after you see like Shigaraki's face burning, is the same like dark spot that's used in the outro for season 4 first core?
Oh no, I actually
remember
didn't.
Like when you watch that Eri one, like it shows up and like it's like that little dot is like the beat.
Yeah.
So
I did not notice that. No,
Overhaul's the mastermind all
I
along.
don't know. It might just be a quirk singularity symbol, because the singularity is also the core of a black hole.
Yeah.
So it's more than likely to call out to that, and like this is pushing him like further into the quirk singularity or like beyond his limits.
It's just incredible.
That's why All for One comes out. So yeah, like
this week, I gotta say, if you like read manga and Jump, this is a good weekend for you. You got Kinemon in One Piece, like slicing up a blast burn. You got all this like Shigaraki going nuts in against Bakugo. I mean, it's like, man, what a weekend for manga. Holy
like
man.
I read Jujutsu Kaisen, so that was insane. I
gotta read Kaisen too. I didn't even read that yet.
Oh, you're gonna. It's insane this week. Chainsaw Man was insane. I do recommend you get on that one, Roger, if you haven't yet. It's a little different.
Been telling me I got to read Chainsaw Man, but I hear the name Chainsaw Man, and people who are watching right now on Twitch know that like I'm adverse to like super violent type of manga. I've heard from a lot of people that it's actually not as violent as you would think, because it's still like in Jump at the end of the day.
It's like schlocky violence, like a B movie. Like, have you ever seen Evil Dead?
Sure, it's like that kind. Yeah.
That's how I'd compare it.
Yeah, because I'm hit or miss. I mean, it's weird. I'm somebody who like eats up Attack on Titan.
It's
I love
so
Attack
over
on
the
Titan.
top that it's hard to like be like, oh,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
like
very
Attack on Titan. You shouldn't have a problem with
exactly.
Extra series.
People are eating each other alive in Attack on Titan. It's like,
but you'll be able to tell by chapter 1. So you can.
Man.
One of the things that I kind of need to see like in these upcoming chapters though is I need more out of Shoto. I don't know if I'm the only one who feels like Shoto's kind of
he's
Shoto since the beginning of the series has been lame
because he's still frosty.
I don't think he's been lame. Fuck, excuse me, screw that. No, he's not been lame because of the fact, like I said, before this, he had already done more than Bakugo. Had been there for 10 chapters. He was there for one panel. He already did more than him. I'm gonna keep going on that.
I feel like Todoroki's got to have a moment coming up, though. This does to me feel like feels like the climax of this arc right now. Like this moment with Bakugo jumping in without thinking. Feels like this could be the ending, but
I don't know. I personally don't think Todoroki's gonna have a moment unless, of course, All Might stuff comes through.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we do know that's going to happen, right? Because Dabi and Gigantomachia are still on the way. When they show up, that could be Todoroki's moment.
Yeah, like Todoroki might have shine there, but if that doesn't happen this arc, then which it probably is, more than likely it is. I'm hoping it is.
I'm jealous of Florian right now. I'm eating popcorn. I'm like, man.
I think this is the muscular fight of this arc, where I think like there's way too much stuff left to do.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I don't think you can just end it here.
No.
I had a friend who told me. I had a friend who told me he thought it was going to end in like 2 chapters, before 2 chapters ago.
What's going on?
I'm back. If Machia shows up with everybody, because I think the Shigaraki portion could be over.
That's what I think. I think the fight with Shigaraki is going to end soon because
it
would be boring to just watch him be clobbered for 10 more chapters.
Right.
Oh yeah, no.
That's not what's going to happen.
Yeah, Endeavor's done. He's not helping anymore.
Endeavor just got injured.
Deku's done.
Bakugo just got like injured. But the thing is, I don't think
Todoroki's the only one who can. Todoroki's the only one that can fight now.
I don't think we're gonna get that.
That's a good point.
Well, he's not fighting him one-on-one.
This chapter,
Dabi could have a little bit of a scuffle.
No, I think Todoroki and Dabi can have a scuffle. But when I say like, I think Shoto is gonna take point in this fight finally, but he's still getting back up in Bakugo and Deku.
Yeah.
How is he gonna back up Deku? Because I feel like Deku probably. Because I feel like
I said he's getting back
up
from them.
That's what I'm saying. I don't even know if Deku will be able to do anything.
Yeah,
the thing about
Deku's
Deku
in the
is that
moment where he's out of the adrenaline rush.
Yeah, because now that fuck you. I keep doing that. Now that what's his name? Bakugo got hurt. He's actually stopped, and because he stopped, I feel like that's where as he said, the adrenaline's gonna stop, and then the pain's gonna kick in.
So
that
could just.
Ponzu's
you said?
low. Ponzu's really low.
I want to say something, because right now.
Ponzu, can y'all hear me?
You're really low.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you're incredibly low.
All right, just everybody, just be real quiet. Let Ponzu.
Yeah, we'll all just be real quiet. I'll turn on my desktop audio. There you go. Thank you, by the way, to Smokey for subscribing and Iggy for subscribing as well. I couldn't get to you guys, but normally I don't immediately hop into MHA church because normally I'm doing them on Monday, but I had to do it.
All right, go ahead.
Can you hear me better right now?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're good.
Okay, like I wanted to say, because I think right now, if they could just like get shocked by seeing Bakugo just like on getting wounded, the one who can protect him for the next attacks of Shigaraki will be Todoroki. That's the best thing for me, and he gets his time to shine right now because Shiki's wagon burned up. He's like really in a bad situation right now. He just used his this last quirk, I don't know what the name is of that quirk, on instinct. And the one who can hold it off is Todoroki because he gets ice, so he can stop his regeneration.
Sure, freeze him.
So freezing. So right now, Todoroki is the guy to stop Shigaraki right now.
Also, if he wants to continue burning him, he could do that too, right? He has firepower still. He's good. If he wants to keep just charring him up.
I don't think that'd be a good idea because he'll still just use the tendrils to hit him too.
That is true. That's true.
So can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can
hear you. We got you.
So I was talking to Ian about this. So like, how do they get out of this? How did the kids get out of this situation now?
That's a good question. Now that's what I don't know.
All right, so
eat a taxi.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, it doesn't look like the kids can get out of this. There's somebody that's super strong that could come back. That's all I'm saying, man. It's a possibility.
Oh, you think All Might?
Yeah, it's a possibility, man. I know people hate that theory, but like maybe in the past. Hold on, literally, maybe
that's getting dropped on the day it comes out.
Okay, cool. Let me just finish.
Cool. Let me finish.
Maybe 5-6 chapters ago, maybe you could have but now we're at the end of okay, how do they actually get out of this? Realistically, how do they get out of this? Because Giganto, because Shigaraki is one thing, but Giganto is not going to be is not too far.
Do we know anybody that has a teleportation quirk right now?
Kurogiri.
Literally only Kurogiri.
He's literally the only one. Because I was thinking, I don't know.
And AFO. And
AFO. Sure.
So literally,
just show Kurogiri though.
So he pulls him into a cell and he says, "Welcome, son," and he pats Deku on the head, and then everyone gets real mad.
I mean, but realistically, the only two people I can see them saving right now is Kurogiri if he's now Shirakumo again, or All Might. So to take your there's other things that can happen, but what's realistically the way they get out of this?
Eat a taxi.
Okay, but with All Might, it has to be a very specific. Yeah, Shirakumo is I think more likely because with All Might, it has to be a very specific situation in which he, I don't know, maybe sacrifices him and thus gets some time for them to run away. Because I think it would really suck if, for some reason, out of the blue, he gets some last remnants of his quirk back suddenly. That's just stupid.
No.
He's talking about Eri. He's talking about Eri.
I'm talking about Eri rewinding him back. So the only reason hold on, real quick.
We did see.
Stop. Let him speak.
Yeah, we saw Eri with All Might.
Yeah. So Eri sitting right next to All Might. She's in this situation where she's seeing her brother and her father figure both dying in front of her eyes. She can release her quirk on this rage, this emotional thing, because she's still not emotionally stable completely yet, right?
Yeah.
So All Might gets reverted, he comes back, and the only reason I'm okay with All Might coming back, not because he's going to lose, and that's the All Might dying in a brutal way, and then this goes into Aniki wearing All Might hand. Like there's so much that can happen. It's a possibility. I'm not saying it's 100%, but it's something that can happen, and I don't want people to get upset if it does happen.
Okay. Someone brought up real quick.
I'm gonna tell you my problem with that. I'm gonna tell you my problem with that. The biggest thing about that is that you said she's gonna do it accidentally. So the problem with that is why would it stop, or how would he be able to stop her at a perfect point where he has his quirk?
So that's something that was just brought up in my chat actually on Twitch. Someone said this is actually a pretty good theory. This is from Premonition TV, and they said Eri's quirk might activate itself due to the stress of seeing Aizawa hurt, and that might actually be the thing to heal All Might on accident.
Hold on, let me hear it real quick. Hold on, wait, BG, real quick. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pull up the chapter list.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna see what size her horn was.
It's tiny, very tiny.
So like if it's really tiny, then technically she might only have like a 6-month burst in her. But
which would be enough.
That would feel way too convenient.
Yeah. Right.
It'd be I understand.
This is still a Shonen manga. It could happen.
I really don't like this idea because MHA often has this: you risk something, you win or you lose, and you pay for the consequences. For example, the arm is now injured and it stays injured, and we're not gonna magically heal it just because
All Might's out of power.
And in this case, All Might sacrificed his powers against All for One. It would kind of feel just convenient if now he gets it back and can sacrifice it all over again.
Well, I would argue that if he died in the moment, let's say All Might gets his power back, right? And then goes up into the fight, saves everybody, and this is his like last stand, right? He goes out on a big triumphant note. I could see that moment of him, losing his quirk and the whole "you're next" thing, all of that still having the impact that it has if All Might dies in this moment. If he gets back just enough power to then take them down, make the escape for everybody else, and then he's dead and out of the story completely, I think that wouldn't be that bad. I think I'd be okay.
I don't think it would take away from the impact. I don't think it takes away from this lesson that if you sacrifice something for something, in this case, sacrificing your powers to fight your last stand.
Sure.
There's a magical little girl that can help you.
Exactly.
This sacrifice has to stick. That it's not like you can then suddenly go back and sacrifice it all over again to save them again. It's like he left everything in Deku's hand, and now he would take it out of Deku's hand again.
Yeah, like the thing is,
to then fail and then say, "Oh, like I meant this time, you gotta do."
Yeah. That really hurts the "you're next" scene, because what that does is it's like, oh, by the way, since you couldn't hack it, I'll do it for you. This one more time.
I would argue though, you could look at it from a greater perspective, right? It's not just him. Like in that first scene in Kamino, it's "you're next" to Deku, speaking directly to Deku. You're the one who my hope is reliant on. It's you, just you alone. But if he comes back and saves everybody and all the students are there, and we literally go into like a time skip or whatever else you guys think is going to happen after this, it's not his statement just to Deku. It's his statement to the world. It's the One Piece does exist moment of the first half of My Hero Academia. It's that moment where Whitebeard, says One Piece does exist. Everyone's like, what the heck? It changes the world. It brings in all these new supernovas. It allows everybody to go to the new world. It's that kind of moment, but for My Hero Academia, with All Might saying, not just "you're next, Deku," but the heroes that are left, the students. You guys are everything. You are.
Yeah, sure. It could be a big moment, but the thing is, he lost his powers. He sacrificed his powers.
Okay,
saying to Deku.
Say us, then BG. Okay.
Yeah, flow.
He lost his powers, saying to Deku, "You're next." He put everything. He put everything on that card, and if suddenly he's like, "Well, I do have this other option, and I can do it all again and try again, and I can win again, and it's not your turn actually, it's my turn again, and then it's your turn, and then it's everybody." So of course it would be a big moment.
My turn.
It would be a big moment.
It would.
And it would just be. It's like you make a decision, and then you have to live with that. It's like he has to live that he is now powerless and he has to watch, and he lives with that. He lives with that because he put his trust in Deku. And if now he has to take that away and doesn't have to live with that because he has the powers again, suddenly out of nowhere, it makes sense. It makes sense that there is a way for him to get it back. Of course, I wouldn't argue that it makes no sense if that would happen.
Yeah, but if he dies in that moment, though.
Yeah, but it's still like
even if he died,
his punishment or his sacrifice is that he has to watch, and that would kind of go away if
I get that.
first time he would feel it, he can still jump in.
So since because I'm the one that
Rex, let
I want to
BG.
BG.
Yeah, my thing is that that kind of takes away from the whole situation because it's like, yes, even the problem I have is that gives him a happy death because it gives him a heroic moment, one more final heroic moment of at least I got to save these people one more time, and it doesn't, and it takes away from the fact that the whole punishment he has for doing this and leaving the fate of like society in a 15-year-old boy's and a 16-year-old boy's hands is that he'll have to sit and watch society crumble while it waits for him to become ready for that role.
And All for One said you lost your chance to die.
He did.
And
that rips that away if he gets to still play hero because of a very convenient situation.
Let me just pause.
That is so. I always get a heart attack with that.
Yeah, but let me counter that point by saying that Ponzu, you got
Ponzu, please don't put your phone on vibration.
Yeah, or just mute your mic.
Ponzu.
All right, he's muted.
All right, but you guys are looking at it from the perspective, All Might, is like taken away from this or that or that. But my thing is that look at it from the perspective of they are losing hope right now, right? Everybody's losing hope on the situation slowly. The people that are watching from home, they're losing hope. So what would be the thing that gives everybody hope? Send their symbol back again, because we saw what happened with
But do we want that? Do you want
listen,
that?
hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
So we saw what happened.
Guys,
we saw what happened with Endeavor and the high end. They was like, oh, this is what happens when you don't have a symbol. Everybody in the world in Japan is already feeling it. So All Might comes back. Everybody gets hope. Deku gets hope. Everyone's like, oh, this is it. All Might himself has the hope that I'm here now. I'm finally back. But what did not I say? You're gonna die a gruesome death. So for them to finally have this hope again that has been lost, like what's going on in this country with Giganto and stuff, for All Might to have this gruesome death and to die like a horrible death in front of everybody, Deku loses all hope. The country loses all hope. Bakugo loses all hope. This invigorates the villains because we ourselves got rid of the symbol of peace while he was strong again.
Sure.
Because getting rid of him while he's weak is like whatever. But we're getting rid of him while he's strong. You know how much that impacts the story?
I mean, like I'm going to be completely honest with you. I forgot about the Night Eye thing. Or Night Eye said he was going to die.
Yes!
I didn't get to go.
Put me on the list, Sorry.
I didn't get to go.
Go ahead, Flo.
Yeah, so pretty much the only thing I have a problem with how at least BG sees it, I don't think it takes away from the Your Next scene. It would only take away from the Your Next scene if All Might comes back and defeats Shigaraki. Because like then he wasn't really next, then it was just All Might all along. But since
now it's just padding.
More of a, it's more of a like the Saboti. This is like, oh, you're not ready yet. Like, go away. You have to regroup and then come back to fight another day. But I don't think it's gonna take away from the scene, not at all. No.
So,
but
here's the thing.
But right? I do agree that it's hard to execute how Rex would see it, right?
Okay, I will say that
very
to me, the whole situation is
No, I agree. It's a little bit of a look. Let me say this myself. I agree. It's a little bit of an ass pull. But listen. But my hero has done so far without any ass pulls, and I afford every series at least one or two. If this is the ass pull he takes and it's still a negative repercussions, I am okay with it.
I'm fine with it.
Okay, wait. So here's the other problem I kind of have with that, though.
Sure.
Is that it also takes away the whole point of the conversation with All Might and Aizawa.
Yes. Thank you.
Which conversation? Can you refresh my mind, please?
So during, in between these arcs, there's a conversation where Aizawa pulls up on All Might, literally just sitting on a bench being depressed about how he's fallen off. And if he can just come back because Eri, that has to pay off somehow. That conversation does not pay off if he gets to just pull up.
So can I you can talk, but can I be on the list? I raise my hand, teacher, to go.
I forgot there's a hand raising function.
It's your turn. There is a hand raising function, and we're using it from now on.
All right, I raise my hand.
How do I do it?
If I raise my hand, you guys have to look on the Twitch stream because I can't have my Twitch stream.
Oh,
running
I just said it.
Video.
I got both up, so.
All right.
Oh, you could have a little panel on here.
Where's the hand sign?
So the thing I talked to East about this with the Aizawa All Might thing. I think that pretty much that scene guarantees Aizawa's survival. And then I also just wanted to talk about Night Eye real quick. So Aizawa comes in and says, All Might, you just being around gives people hope. You should you think you have to do everything. You're a workaholic, he calls him that, and you think you have to bear society. But don't worry, just you existing, just being alive gives so many people hope. And I think that if All Might does die, that's pretty much a guarantee that it's going to flip and it's going to be Aizawa. You may think that you can't watch over your students anymore because either you're blind now because Shigaraki scratched you or you can't do anything, but your students still have hope that they can fight because their teacher you are still around and you give people hope. So that's one thing I wanted to bring up. Or it could flip and it could be that both get to live, because here's the thing about the Night Eye thing. Until Horikoshi hints at it, and I don't think he's hinted at it once, I think we need to stop looking at the change the future as no, there's got to be it can't just be a happy message. There's got to be it's got to be like lemon juice and you put it over the light and there's but really you just die. The message of the Night Eye fight is that you can't the reason that you can't just have a magical little girl change the future is because then what's the message or the moral or even the statement? You can only change the future, you can only choose your own destiny if you have a very specific power that negates another person's power. But with Night Eye, the whole point of his thing is that he could manipulate and change the future, but he always gave up at the last second because he would see how it would change. He was a fatalist. And so the idea is that All Might, at the end of the arc, we find out that no, if you continue to fight, if you continue to believe in something so strong and do it with other people, because Night Eye took the burden on himself, then you can create your own future and your own destiny. And I think that that's going to pay off, especially since in that Aizawa conversation, he remembers him telling him to live. So I just don't, unless MHA really wants to kick you in the gut, I don't think that its message is going to become, hey, screw you, die. I just feel like it's more hopeful. I just feel like MHA.
I'm back in this mode. What's up, guys?
Understand that.
I just feel like MHA is way more hopeful than that.
Oh, real quick, Ian, why is your voice so deep?
Me?
Yeah, for real.
It happens every week.
You went from a soprano to a baritone. And
I was in choir.
Yeah, I don't.
You went to choir singing the Psalms.
So I hope all that made sense.
Real quick, I want to hand raise real quick. Just I noticed something in my chat. Majin Kenny said, I want to point out the only other chapter that is labeled blank rising
Roger's here?
is chapter 63. Yo, what's going on? It said the only other chapter that's labeled blank rising is chapter 63, which was Momo rising.
And the All Might Rising special.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting though that they bring up the Momo thing, because then I'm thinking back to what happened earlier, in this story arc with the stuff with Momo and Gigantomachia and then Midnight, basically saying, the hope's on them now too. If we're going to sort of get that moment for Todoroki, just like we were speculating on earlier, when Machia does finally come and we get a Shoto Todoroki Rising chapter title or something like that, would be kind of neat.
I mean, we don't know.
I think it's comparable to the origin chapters in that you don't know in what way it's going to be, but when you look at why this chapter is entitled Katsuki Bakugo Rising, it's a multitude of reasons.
Sure.
So I'll take the really easy surface level one real quick and point out that it's his body moving without thinking, something that All Might has alluded to the entire time.
Yep.
That the greatest heroes have. So finally we get to see that reflex instilled in Bakugo. But you also have to combine that with the fact that you got to combine that with the fact that Bakugo Rising is also him being able to strategize, being able to utilize these pro heroes, people better than him in a way, and understanding the situation better than everybody else too. So this whole chapter, regardless of whether or not he got injured, the most damaging blow that Shigaraki has been hit with this entire fight is the byproduct of Bakugo's strategy.
Sure.
Oh yeah, the prominence burn took all his skin and eyes and even ethereal white hair off.
Yeah, he looks really crispy.
He looks awesome.
He looks like a burnt fry.
I'm raising my
So,
hand.
You ever see
like
a fly that's like really burnt? That's his skin right now.
Wait, Squid, we got a hand raising system now. So
we actually do it. How do you actually do it? I don't see it.
If you go to
you click on more. You click on more. It's
I can't explain because I have German Zoom.
So look at the bottom side. It'll say more.
I don't see
By the way, we all caught that the flashback Bakugo has is directly from chapter 1 where he's looming over Deku in the classroom. We all saw that.
Yes, I've reread that.
Love that.
Just for this occasion.
Yeah. So like where you see the bar that says security participants chat, like all that stuff. Yeah. If you see the more option, you click on it. It should pop up a thing that says raise hand.
That's so funny. I still don't see it, but
yeah, it's not for mine either.
Weird.
Oh man.
It's down below the participation.
I gotta leave real quick. I just wanted to drop in really quick because this was
nice
super hype, and I'm glad we were able to discuss for a little bit. But I still gotta upload other videos and things. It's just too good of a chapter. I had to talk
Then do
y'all.
so, man. This chapter was.
Oh, I see it.
I'll talk to you later, guys.
All right, see you, Raj.
Bye, Roger.
See you.
I got my hand raised.
All right. But Ponzu raised his hand first, so Ponzu.
Yeah, go Ponzu.
So yeah, guys. What I would like to know is, okay. So what you're thinking for the next chapter? So because right now we were all talking about All Might. I'm not really in that kind of stuff, I would say, because like Shea said, yeah, All Might paid the price for All for One. So I would like to know what do you think for the next chapter? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen?
You want to know what we think the next battle is? Is that what you said?
No, what's going to happen specifically in 286? Like what's happening literally next chapter?
I guess. All right, so this kind of goes back to what I wanted to say when Roger was in here. What he said, like, oh, this feels like the climax, and literally every chapter we've been getting at is. Literally every chapter we've been getting at felt like some type of climactic ending that it feels like, yo, and it's all of this is just rising tension right now. I don't think we're going to get a real climax until I think All Might gets into play, because I think that's like at the, you know, if everything is kind of circling back from the beginning of the series and we're always getting these callbacks, either Deku's and Bakugo's relationship or the time where Aizawa met Shigaraki for the first time, I believe All Might has to come into play, and then that's when we're going to have our climax. So right now, next chapter is probably going to be some more fighting. Look out for Bakugo, or we could just switch over to Giganto, or Giganto could just be in the next chapter.
I think we're missing one.
Hold on. Sayes has her hand up.
Yeah, I think that I think the fight itself should between Shigaraki and the others should end soon, because I think while the chapters are great, I think it's going to get boring at some point if we just continue just bashing Shigaraki. I do think that, speaking of All Might, it would actually be nice to see him, because we had, I think last chapter or 2 chapters ago, this chapter where we saw the news broadcast, and normally during every major incident so far, there has been at least 1 or 2 chapters where we were focusing entirely on the reactions of the public watching the battle, and we didn't quite have that yet. We had the news broadcast itself, but you didn't quite see how the broader public was reacting to it. So I think it would have been time to see that now, and then soon after, I think Gigantomachia should appear.
Yeah,
because wait. So what I'll point out also with that is that it was directly stated that the dust, debris, and rubble were stopping the news helicopter from being able to actually see the battlefield as it currently is.
Okay.
Because earlier when they are flying over, they're like, we can't see what's going on down here, but something crazy is happening. It's destroying the da-da-da-da. So that being said, though, this current clash between Shigaraki and Deku is literally up in the air.
Yeah.
So
yeah, whatever.
Smash cut to Deku's mom.
Whatever dirt there is, and then I might have just burned it away and cleared the sky at this point.
Yeah.
So Ingo don't want to take Midori.
All right. So I just wanted to talk about what's going on in the chat real quick. People saying that I don't know anything or I need to read actually good series. All right, here's the thing. Here's realistically, My favorite series is Vinland Saga. My favorite anime is Monster. My favorite shonen is Hunter x Hunter. Like, I know good quality. I literally am coming up with ideas for the possibility of the story, and I'm not saying it's 100% fact. And I asked everybody, how do they get out of this? Nobody said anything. I presented a possible theory. All Might, Kurogiri. Nigga, you come up with something. That's all I'm doing. I don't get why that's like this is my hold on real quick. This is my biggest issue with everything is that just if like coming up with something doesn't mean, and I always say this, I preface everything saying it could be this way or it could not be. This is just starting a discussion. Why do you niggas always think that I'm saying this is 100% fact? I never say anything is 100% fact. But
yeah, people misunderstand Rex.
Like I don't get that.
Yeah, so like one of the things that I'm just gonna point out though
I was in the store. You don't get what?
He doesn't. That's not the point. Look,
I mean, to be honest, like some of these possibilities are as legit as T-Rex arms are short. Not a lot.
But that's not the point. Because like here's the reality. Rex brings up an interesting point that I always bring up when people talk about like social issues a lot, which is if you don't provide like solutions, then you're just talking to talk, right? If you're not trying to come up with something to explain the scenario to like substantiate your ideology. So let's discuss the fact that we're trying to figure out how does the heroes get out of the situation? How does the situation resolve itself?
I've already presented one.
Right, but like one of the things that people present, All Might, just in general, like having the league villains pull up, like there's multiple different scenarios, but the reality is that something needs to be big enough that we can justify getting the students out and like some of the heroes dying. I think Aizawa is getting saved no matter what. I think that's going to be a priority. The reality is that on the hero side, it would be delusional to not.
I think I hear you 3 times now.
Wait, you shouldn't be able to hear me 3. I'm not echoing.
Someone's echoing.
No, somebody echoed just.
Okay.
No, it's no longer echoing.
Now it's gone.
I was saying there is a solution that I had, which was Shirakumo.
Right,
they just showed him.
But here's the problem: we don't have any proof. like Shirakumo is as much of a wild card as Eri All Might.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which is
wait, don't do that, guys. Come on, let's not do that.
Sorry.
Raise your hands.
Like, so Shirakumo, totally possible. Is it plausible? I don't think so. All Might, possible. Don't consider it plausible. But what I do think is possible is like if we get a massive AoE attack, something big that literally like blows away the field. And while Shigaraki is currently damaged, I think that like this prominence burn damage is going to stick. So if he gets hit with like one more attack, he's going to be out for a while. So you can still get the Dabi announcement. You can still get all that as they like swoop in to protect Shigaraki as they're running away to get some of these people out. And then like you can still get that being the resolution and like Shigaraki gets dropped in the pod. But like that requires basically them to come to a mutual agreement of like mutually assured destruction and get a ceasefire. How you manage to pull it off with Makia though is the big question.
Well, you have to remember, if Shigaraki is heavily damaged, his major priority will only be the retrieval of his master. At that point, you have 2 other elements. You have, number 1, the wandering soldiers behind Makia, killing all the civilians. They can be dealt with pretty easily. And at this point, they could send... And then for the heroes, they can essentially, like, just stay at that current position till, like rescue, like, till actual like police squads and etc. and medical people from other cities show up.
Which would be
like
a good idea.
Like the major element here would be Makia, and he's more focused on the retrieval of his master. That'd be a tactical retrieve for the villains. So you still end up getting your Toya announcement. You still get all that, but you also get essentially a ceasefire by retreat.
All right. So BG.
Oh, I kind of agree with what he said. Yeah, because that's something. That's it. That's pretty much what it is. Yeah, like the thing is, there's at this point he is really hurt, and I guess as we already discussed earlier, his regeneration is a lot slower now. I don't feel like that amount of damage is going to be regenerated anytime soon. So I feel like the best thing to do is just to have them all take them away.
All right. So here's the thing that I counter to that is that Shigaraki at this point has already said that I'm trying to get rid of them now. So if Shigaraki gets his vocal cords back, it doesn't matter if Giganto's primary function is to protect them. If Shigaraki says no, you go after them. His function is to go after them. He listens to Shigaraki no matter what, no matter how he feels. If Shigaraki says, Giganto, continue this, do not let them get away, then that's the issue.
Okay, you're right that's a possibility. I will 100% give you that is a possibility that he would be like, nah, keep finishing them. But Shigaraki has been like shown to know that like, all right, if I'm gonna take an L, I'm not like Shigaraki's matured a bit more, where I can see him being like, I'm not gonna jeopardize of course, this going worse because I'm already like, he's already fucked up.
No, but what I'm saying, but real quick, but what I'm saying is, if Giganto's there, Dabi's there, Toga's there, like all these people there to protect Shigaraki, like how does it get worse when all the heroes are damaged and the other heroes are fighting the half complete high ends?
Because I feel like their main priority will be to get him away from there, because they actually do care about him. So they want to get him. They want to help him more than fight these guys. They don't care.
A counter piece of evidence would also be that in 256. See, I'm not here quoting chapter numbers. KMLA citing. Shigaraki directly says he's not going to underestimate them. Now let's look at this from like a tactical perspective. His regen is just trying its best. His skin is burned off. He has no eyes. His hair is gone. And he's been taking numerous 100% attacks. This is the best. If he really was not to underestimate them, then he would say, okay, you know what? The damage is not worth all of this.
Or he could flip.
Not a good ratio, and he's going to retreat back if he really isn't going to underestimate these.
Wait, no, Rex, when it
go ahead.
Stays in a.
Oh yeah, I forgot the hand raising shit.
Yeah. I also think that it at this point Shigaraki as much has to worry about how he retreats as the heroes. I think Gigantomachia coming in might not be that big of a game changer because we don't know how the poison will affect him yet, so he might not be at full power. He might not be the Shigaraki we know. And while I always thought that maybe at the end of the day, Ujiko still being in custody might be the kind of formal victory for the heroes while everything else goes to shits, they might also be able to negotiate a retreat if they give back Ujiko.
All right, Ponzu?
Right now, for me, the next step we're going to see how Maki, what's happening in the series where Maki is just going through right now. About because we need some information about it, because we need to know where is Maki right now compared to Shigaraki, so we can. It will be a good manner to time the story. In my eyes, just the pacing to have the meeting between all these people. So yeah, next to it for me, like I said earlier, the one who can right now hold up Shigaraki he's Todoroki right now. He's the only one who can do something. Other people can help him, but he's the only one with the two powers who can really hold him up right now, because he's not himself right now. Shigaraki is not himself. He's like in a blur situation where he's like health conscious and not conscious. So yeah, because you're talking about what is going to happen to Maka when you will see his master like this, if you just, in my eyes, he's like an animal. If you just try to take his master away from this situation.
All right, so you feeling more like you can't, like, he's gonna be just way more obsessed with protecting his master, which is where I feel like he's at, where he's gonna be more in like guard dog mode than fight.
Voila. Yeah, more guard than that fight. In my eyes, it's all I see.
All right, hold up. Let me tag in Rex real quick because he's been waiting patiently.
Yeah, but my whole, just the counterpoint, like what Squid said, is that, not underestimating them retreating. Like to flip it, not underestimating them would be to get rid of them now, because if they retreat, you've seen how damage I got right here. If they get away, who's to say they don't come back stronger and makes this harder? So there's like two sides to the coin, where not underestimate them, let's retreat, let's get stronger, or it could be like, let's not underestimate them and actually get rid of them now, because if they, because he knows what One for All is. He knows if Deku gets away, there's a chance he comes back stronger than he is now and is able to defeat me. So like that's the reason. And also, we're saying that Shigaraki is heavily injured. All for One is in control. Like we assume All for One is in control of his body right now
for a little bit, yeah.
For a little bit, so we don't know exactly how Shigaraki body regens, what happens with Shigaraki between now and Giganto coming up with All for One taking over his body. Because like there's a possibility that All for One knows some secret hack stuff with his power, like that Shigaraki just doesn't know, and Shigaraki like comes up for real. Like so I'm just saying like there's a lot of factors in, and that's why like the scenario that Aniki presented where like big explosion, we all kind of retreat and stuff. I feel like because of how aggressive Shigaraki has been in this fight and how aggressive he has to be to like put his will on the world, I think something monumental needs to happen to justify them getting away, and not just getting away because Shigaraki has Quirk like search now. So like even if he can't move himself, he can get on Giganto back and tell them where they're going. Like so like so my issue is that something big enough has to happen to put the villains in a situation where they cannot move anymore and that they can't chase anymore. And I think that like again what BG said with Kurogiri, that's the possibility, like them teleporting out or like All Might, but something big enough has to happen. It doesn't have to be All Might or Kurogiri, but I just think that the thing has to be big enough to where the villains cannot realistically move anymore. And I think just an explosion to separate them is just not enough to like cause that to happen.
So the one thing I'll say to that is like it comes down to also damage to his companions, whereas like Shig might be like slowly healing. Also, there's a certain amount of I've already taken like this much damage, and somebody mentioned the Paranormal Liberation Front soldiers. Like they are not keeping up with Makia. Like they're probably still a good couple kilometers behind him.
Dealing with headshot.
Yeah, like they're not like right behind him, like with the marching band. With the
there are Nomu though. There are high ends.
Yeah, well, they were in the city with Makia when they showed the panel.
That's no. That was a different city though. Like that was more than likely like the first couple like areas, but he's running ahead of them. He's faster.
Yeah, and I just are we allowed to respond, or we just got to raise our hand for that too?
I was about to tag Florian in so that he could speak because he's been waiting the longest.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Well, I think I hate to do it, but I kind of agree with Rex. To me, the only way I hate to do it, but like I don't see him getting out anyway. Especially, we all know that Makia is going to get there. Maybe there's a reasonable way for Shigaraki was like, all right, let's retreat and then fight another day. But if Makia is there, he should have all the confidence in the world that they're watching him, because him alone was enough to take out, hold them all off and get them this injured. And then Makia comes down in an unstoppable force against like all these guys who are heavily injured. Like, of course they're not going to retreat. So the only logical way for me right now is that Kurogiri comes up and saves him.
Sorry, can I respond?
Yeah, that's it. I was
gonna say to Rex's thing about like.
No, I did it. It's still up. It's just that these two were before you. They've been waiting longer.
No. I just saw that my hand was down.
I was gonna say like to Rex's thing about how like, oh yeah, they'll come back stronger. The thing is, the only reason this is even a contest right now in the first place is because he wasn't complete. So I feel like that won't be a fear of his. I feel like his fear would be. I think like his plan is to just get more rest and get to his full strength.
Yeah,
because that's his biggest problem right now. Yeah, his big problem is that he's not at his full strength. If he was at his full strength, this like my body clocking itself shit wouldn't even be a concept. He would have 100. He would be at have complete regeneration. So that wouldn't be. So he'd still be able to take all these attacks fully and freely.
Yeah.
So there is merit in him just retreating for now. And as for the whole thing about Makia. I mean, you could always just prop that up to the fact is whenever Makia gets there, that's when the fucking
Momo serum.
Yeah, the sleep stuff really kicks in.
Oh, I really don't want that to happen.
I'd much rather that than All Might show up.
Yeah.
No.
So my thing is that like one of my issues with the Kurogiri thing though is just I would not be satisfied with that being an off-panel.
He's in Tartarus.
Yeah, I wouldn't like that either. No, I wouldn't like that either. No, I'm saying I wouldn't like that either. I'm saying that's just more preferable than the All Might idea. Like anything with All Might coming back is automatic F grade for me.
So also, like people have mentioned in the chat, the serum can just finally work.
I don't want that to happen. I really don't want that to happen.
Why?
Why would you be more okay with All Might coming back than that?
No, the only reason. Listen. The only reason I don't want that to happen is because Horikoshi played up Giganto in this new form with the big claws going through cities, and then for him just to get there, sleep time. I was like, no. And then
he's already accomplished. He's already accomplished his thing though. Let
me just say that for them to like the heroes be in this situation and then just to have Giganto fall asleep in front of them, then just like that funny cartoon thing where they slowly tiptoe away and looking at him, like it's like you know.
All right, let's say it. Speak real quick. No, wait, say it.
First about Rex arguments earlier, I do see that maybe if unless the villains are really at a position where they can't move anymore, they might not be able to separate just because of some massive explosion or whatever. I can see that. What I don't agree with in no way is that somehow the Quirk taking over would find some hex power in which the damage would negate it, because I think that would be against what MHA was about, which is more or less damage sticks. Yes, of course, he has a regeneration, but still he is exhausted and he should still remain exhausted, even if
still go slow.
Right? Yeah. This shouldn't vanish. This whole effort shouldn't vanish. It would also kind of really negate all the effort the heroes put in before. And another thing is,
I think you misunderstood what I said. I wasn't saying that it negates everything. I was just saying that All for One knows his quirks better than Shigaraki, so he would know something to keep him going, like an armor.
Yeah, maybe you said like something like some hex power and.
I didn't really mean hex power as in like it's a one-all be-all quirk. I meant so much as like it's a hex power for this situation specifically.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
No, the other thing I want to say is with Kurogiri is that while I agree that Kurogiri would be an interesting choice to save all the heroes out of the situation, it doesn't seem to fit the situation, because while the mission was to take the doctor and get into custody, whatever, they more or less managed that, and Kurogiri could come in and bring all the heroes away with the doctor, and that would more or less finish the mission. But now the mission had more or less escalated to protecting the city. And Kurogiri, I'm not sure how powerful Kurogiri is, but he would have to evacuate the entire population of the city for this to make any sense. Because unless he manages to evacuate everybody that is behind this evacuation parameter that they set up, what's going to happen if Endeavor and Deku and Bakugo and Aizawa just run? I mean, Gigantamakia would walk up to the evacuation parameter and just kill them all. That wouldn't really be the solution.
Yeah, true. But again, that's why I just think that something big has to happen to.
Oh yeah, so
I think the only way to end this is that for some reason either the villains cannot attack anymore, they are defeated, which I think is unrealistic, or that they agree on like a ceasefire because they both have to recuperate.
Also, so here's how, by the way, I wouldn't expect Maki to just be like, oh, I'm sleepy, like fall over. I expect it to be tragic. Like, yes, he fell asleep, but he fell asleep while going at a super high speed and like just like falls, and it's just like sliding through buildings, still causing a fuck ton of destruction.
His body flips around and stuff. Makes
that's what I would think. Like that kind of him falling asleep.
A tumble tree across the evacuation area, right?
Right. So like he ends up causing a bunch of damage, and it's like, holy shit, we need to avoid the Makia collateral, and that's what leads to like, all right, let's just get the fuck out of here. Like we almost died because Makia almost fell asleep. Like we got to go. Like,
hey, Aniki, could I?
Yeah, Ian, go. Yeah. Okay. You gotta get your last words in.
Yeah. So just 3 quick things. One, I think I figured out the reason that Rocklock's here. I think he is going to be the representation for the people who will get mad about the fact that these kids are being used as child soldiers. That was brought back again, and I think that there's no other reason for this character to be here, considering he hasn't done anything. And you could have just had Manuel carry Aizawa around. So I think that since that is Rocklock's character, which is that he cares about kids and he doesn't think they should be fighting. Whenever Dabi does his "Why Hero Society Sucks" speech, they use child soldiers, and Endeavor also harmed his children. I think that will come back, and especially since they had a point to be like, but Endeavor, they're your kids. So I think that's why he's here. That's one. 2, I think that in terms of how this ends, I do not think Horikoshi can justify a draw or the heroes winning. And the reason why is because there is no way that after this, you can go to the parents and be like, can they please come to UA? Can they please still go to school now that they know that one, their kids were child soldiers, and two, just like Japan's just screwed right now. And also, it would just be the biggest tension killer ever to be like, guys, I know I promised that Shigaraki was gonna do it for real this time, but next time for real this time, for real, I promise he's gonna win. I promise. So to me, it would just really feel like it undercuts that if they don't win in some way. What's up, Aniki? You okay?
Oh no, okay, I know why. Because I had looked at a Roger stream. And all of a sudden, like a McDonald's commercial started playing.
Okay, and then yeah. So then my final point is just simply that I think as far as any ideas for how they could get away, I feel like Ida being set up to be faster than Gran Torino and also being able to run for 20 minutes straight at high speed could be useful in some ways if he decides to show up. But you know, I just feel like there's no way that the heroes win this out. Oh, now I remember. I know before we were talking about how I was kind of worried with how much Shigaraki just keeps getting the crap beat out of him. I really like how this is all played out to where it's not just that the timing was like just perfect for him to break down, because if it was just that, then he should have broke down as soon as he got out of the tank instead of like some innocuous time. It's because they did so much damage to his body when it didn't have a quirk, so when it tried to heal it basically like snapped the rubber band basically, and now he's taking all this damage rapidly. So I really like that. That's why I think this fight is over, because at least as far as Shigaraki getting beat up, because it's been a natural progression of he comes in, Aizawa's there, they do a lot of damage, then Deku comes in and beats him down while he's recovering that damage, and now Endeavor has destroyed his whole body. He looks like he should die, and now the tables will really turn. So I really like that progression. So I've turned around on it. I like it. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for having me, Aniki.
Hey, no problem. All right, Sayas, your turn.
Now, I wanted to say two things. I forgot the second thing, but the first thing was that when you mentioned Rocklock, I thought that was very interesting, because there was this one scene where I thought there was a little bit of hypocrisy in it, which was like, he's a child, but I also kind of understand that he's very strong, so it's okay. That kind of where in the past I saw that he's an actual legit hero, so it's okay that he's fighting. There was kind of a certain hypocrisy in here, which I thought was very interesting, but which also kind of negates this whole him being then mad against child soldiers, because he kind of accepted it in this chapter. He was kind of.
I think he
feels
I
already
guilty.
accepted it. Yeah, I think he absolutely feels guilty that he can't do more as an adult. He absolutely feels bad about that. But I think that in this chapter, I already recognize that Deku is a full-fledged hero, and Bakugo, of course, is also strong. He kind of accepted it, like it's okay to send 16-year-olds out just because they are already strong.
I think moreover, his take was that he might, I think he's just doubting himself, because at the end of the day, Deku was literally doing something he could never do.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, he is guilty that he can't do more.
This isn't the only time he's done that too. Remember, because this is the second time seeing Deku step up to the plate when it needed to happen.
Yeah, sure. I just because Ian just said that he would be the representation of the people that are then angry at this whole child soldier thing, because they understand it and because they now see it. But he also now sees it, and he also now kind of accepts it already. That
he
was at first he was like.
I don't think Ian's point was that he was going to like be like, oh, it's bad. We're not actually making that. I think he's saying that he's just going to attempt to vouch for the heroes for that point.
Wait, no. So the point is that, I'm pretty sure moreover what he means is that Rocklock represents the idea, the reader in this moment that is questioning whether or not Deku and them should be doing this. But the point of mentioning the overhaul arc also, though, is that a lot of people would be like, well, Deku people are like, Deku is here. A lot of people kind of did interpret Deku beating Overhaul as his I am here moment that just didn't get enough clout. So having that internal conflict is exactly why he kind of represents the reader, because it's like, yes, we all agree that morally children should not be soldiers, but then we also look at this on the pragmatic level, and it's like, how does this war go if Deku, Bakugo, and Shoto are sitting at home right now?
Yeah, sure, but what would then if like the public would have a similar opinion, which would
right, the public should still end up.
How would they react to Darby saying we have child soldier? Because they would say, yeah, we know, but we kind of accept it already.
Well, the thing with Darby though is that like you would actually, 100% you would have like a good, I would say at least third of the population that was like, okay, and
yeah, exactly.
Like you would have a good base that was just like, yeah, so what? But you do have people who are going to be like, yeah, when you put it like that.
I never thought about that.
No, here's the thing. To me, I feel like the fact is, if you see one of the heroes advocating for this, all that's going to do, in my eyes, as a civilian looking at this, is just back up what Dobby's saying. It's just gonna make you look like, see, look at him. He just said it right there. He admitted it.
Yeah, like but then Rocklock would not represent the public, but more so a kind of apologetic side of hero society. Would be interesting.
Yes, but I get it. But you also have to look at the point of like, look at all the damage they've caused. Look at all the deaths they've caused. You really want your kids part of this? You want to live in a society where your kids could have been one of those deaths?
The other thing I want to say, which is more comedic. Imagine your Bakugo's parents, and you're like, yeah, maybe when our kid got abducted during summer camp, maybe there was a hint, and now he's impaled.
Ooh.
I mean.
It's like back then they said, oh yeah, we're gonna let him go to UA because we know you care about him, we know him, we know you watch him, you're taking good care of him, and now he's impaled. I mean, what are you gonna think? Like maybe it was a point here.
Mitsuki's just gonna be like, well, I mean, if Bakugo wasn't weak, he wouldn't have gotten impaled.
Shut up! Oh my God!
Read a textbook. Read a textbook.
This is how I interpreted the Rocklock situation. Was not that he is accepting like, oh, he's a hero now. It was more of a justification so he wouldn't say anything to stop them. It was more of like, let me not say anything. I already said that he's a hero. Let me justify this. And then I think what more points for that he doesn't even agree with what's going on is that in that panel, like his hand is shaking while he's holding Aizawa. He's scared.
Isn't that still a level of acceptance though? Since he literally says, "I already accepted him as a hero."
No. I'm not saying he's accepted at all. I think he's completely against it. I'm saying he.
No. I know you're not saying that. I'm saying, isn't that essentially him accepting the fact that they are supposed to be here? Since he literally says, "I already accepted Deku as a hero."
No. What I'm saying is that him saying that is a justification in his mind, so he doesn't hold them back with his words. So I'm saying he's not accepting it at all. He completely what I'm saying is he completely disagrees with that, and I think that's evident by his face and his hand shaking. And then he told Deku to stop, and Deku said no. So I like going from what we've seen, I think Rocklock completely disagrees with the situation.
You mean Bakugo? He didn't tell Deku.
No, I think he disagrees.
He specifically said Deku run. That no panel is him talking to Rocklock.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So so that's what I'm saying. Like, I think Rocklock is only saying this right now. Like, why am I doubting them? Because his true feelings is they shouldn't be here. But he's only saying that just so he could justify them going forward, and so he doesn't keep. Because like the run Deku thing, he's trying to prevent himself from doing that again. That's why he just said got it, and his hand is shaking. Got it, hands shaking. He doesn't want to accept this as a thing that we have to rely on children to clean up the mess of the adults when they weren't a part of the creation of Shigaraki.
And then think about what Endeavor was like, damn, this is tragic. I'm out here looking up at the boy. Like the adults that are commenting on this are all very self-ashamed, where nobody seems to be actually okay with this. And like it's especially reflective. So this kind of makes Endeavor an asshole. But if you think about it, the fact that he's immediately like, all right, Shoto, you did first aid, get them out of here, is literally him being like, I don't want my son dying in this war. Even though his son is one of the heaviest hitters on the battlefield.
Does this make him an asshole though, or just?
Yeah, a little bit, because he's only protecting Shoto.
It does because he's prioritizing his son escaping.
No, of course. It's just like for once he does what any father would, and now it makes him an asshole.
You could be a good parent and an asshole to everybody else.
I was about to say that. You could be a good parent and an asshole at the same time. Because I'm like, he said, okay, your kids don't matter, but mine does. So you get the fuck up out of here, and y'all help me with this.
Yeah.
So
Like-
he's still being an ass.
He was like, I don't want to go through the loss of a child, but like again,
But y'all can
I don't experience that for the first time. Like,
Yeah, we all gotta be on the same page here.
like,
So I'm like, no, he's being an ass. He's right. I can't even argue against that. That's true. That's just how the cookie crumbles.
I gotta see how. Do you think Endeavor's getting up again? Do you think like Shoto's gonna pull up, cauterize the wounds, and he's gonna be like, vomiting blood?
He won't have time to do that this time.
It depends how you define get up, I think.
I think he gets up again. I think he gets up again and he does the same thing he did versus the high end, where he propels his body forward with the fires.
I don't think he is. I think he's done because he was already exhausted, and now he's injured on top of his exhaustion.
Yeah. Does that matter?
Yes, it does.
No. What I'm saying,
he lost an eye and got stabbed.
I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
The injury seems less severe than against the high end no more.
Yeah, they are, but he's also using another prominence burn, so he's also probably out of fire too.
Well, Shoto's there to keep him cool. That's what I'm saying.
He's got time to cool down.
I don't think he'll have time to cool him off again, because he probably didn't cool him off that much. Probably cooled him off just enough for another prominence burn, and that prominence burn probably put him back to 0. Plus, the other thing is they don't have enough time for this because, as we pointed out earlier, I'm pretty sure Deku witnessing Bakugo getting stabbed is going to be the little shock point that stops that adrenaline. So if that's the case, there won't be anybody holding Endeavor Shigaraki in the air anymore. And if he's no longer in the air, then what's going to stop him from just going over there and bum rushing the niggas?
The one thing I'm also going to point out, though, that I didn't think about when I asked about Endeavor is that he still has the flame pauldrons on his shoulder and on his sides.
The what?
So he's still got the flames on his shoulders, like the fancy aesthetic ones.
Beard and the mask.
So he took damage, but he might throw another flash fire fist or something in there to.
I mean, he's also still having his beard and his mask, which is all stuff he kind of discarded.
But wasn't that the moment? Wasn't that the moment of impact though?
No, because you can see like after the things have been pulled out and he's like falling backwards, that he still has fire.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's within like seconds of him getting stabbed. So do you really think that's a fair,
I think
a fair point of reference? If it's only just within seconds of him getting stabbed?
Yeah, but during the Nomu fight in Fukuoka, there were several points where his fire went out completely. There was one when he was injured. Right in the end, there was basically no fire left. When he was injured, there was no fire left. When he was in this rubble and where Natsuo and Fuyumi watched him over the cameras, there were again no fire on his face. Here he still has fire on his face, so it seems to be.
I feel what you're saying, but what I'm getting at is this is literally within like a second or two of him getting stabbed.
Yeah.
So I don't feel like it's fair to say that because you don't see the flames off of his face yet, that he still has power. I'm like I don't think that's a fair point of reference because that means he literally just got stabbed and got done using the prominence burn literally just then.
So my thing is because he's so burnt out that I felt like that once he got one shot, he would have been like, all right, I'm done.
I feel like the best test will be. I kind of agree with your original statement where it's more of a coin toss because we'll see by next week. Because honestly, I don't think it's fair to say one way or the other.
At this point, I think we can say. I just think that I think this panel is reasonably enough after the attack that he definitely hasn't lost consciousness at this point. Definitely not that. And I think the panel where his eye got injured, I think in the moment where his eye got injured, there was already no fire, I think.
I have that volume. I'll go check it later.
Yeah. Real quick. I just wanted to point out the most important detail of this chapter.
What?
You guys realize this is the second time Bakugo's been a narrator in the series, right?
What?
What was the first?
The first one was when he was like, every time Deku gets faster, like before Shigaraki pulled it, during Encounter 2, Bakugo becomes a narrator temporarily. And you can tell it's narration and not just an internal monologue because it's a box and not a bubble.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is, it's the same treatment that Spinner got. It's the same thing that goes with Deku's statement. So Katsuki Bakugo Rising, this chapter finishes with Bakugo narrating. So I think that I don't think anybody who's been a narrator in the series can be dead. That's one of the things that I think of.
What, twice?
Yeah.
Because twice was a narrator. Was Twice a narrator, or was it just internal monologues?
That might have actually been internal monologue, actually, yeah.
Was it? It was in square bubbles.
Was it? I'm pulling it up right now. No, I'm about to pull it up.
Yeah, let's pull it up. Let's make sure. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure it was in squares.
It's around 114, is it?
It was no. It was in 120 because it was during overhaul.
I said it was around there, not specifically.
Oh yeah. It was like around. It was like 120 or 121. I can't remember.
120 is the fight between. It's probably no.
Wait. I was talking about in this arc.
Well, I mean. So you're talking. This arc.
You're talking about that was specifically his death moment though, and like he got a whole death speech. I don't think it would like.
But I mean, but Bakugo could get the same thing though. That's what I was saying.
I think Dustin. I think Aniki's point is that he's got a narration bubble before this too.
Yeah, like it's
so
weird.
So twice, right?
That's why I'm looking
at.
Right?
That's what he's looking at right now.
Oh,
so I want to see if he had like the actual style, like the typical style of narration, or if he just.
Yeah, because my thing is I don't see that.
Yeah, but I think it looked like narration to me. Now that I'm not. Sure
I haven't read that chapter in a year, so I don't.
No, I just pulled it up. So like it's weird because like Twice both get some of these, but then he also switches to speech bubbles while he's monologuing. So I don't know for sure which one Hori was going for here.
Or it could be both because split personalities.
Yeah, like that's why. So like it could have also just been like him trying to show that different sides were talking. So with Twice, I guess it's kind of hard to figure out which takeaway we're supposed to get there.
Yeah.
But which I guess might have been an intentional red herring so that we couldn't tell. But like we had Spinner narrate at 2 different points in the arc too. So I think that this is at the very least another symbol of us hitting another phase of the arc. So that like without question, we're hitting a new phase of the arc. Whether this
I fucking hope so, because that was actually what I was gonna say. I was gonna be like, the other reason I'm really hoping he's done is because I've been enjoying this fight, but I kind of agree with Sayas that after a while we're gonna be going in the same song and dance number. It's gonna get a little bit tiring.
Yeah, I think we just had to get I think what Horikoshi's going for is basically like a volume worth of us fighting Shigaraki with Deku involved.
I think they did the math. I think this is the last chapter of 29.
Yeah, so like this is probably going to be like the cliffhanger for 29, and then the plot's going to change directions. Also, the other thing about getting a breakup between the fight is that we still have the Shiketsu faction and stuff to come into play here.
Well, do you believe that this is going to end on the next volume? Because if everybody remembers that was where the series was originally supposed to, or he was hoping their series was originally supposed to end.
The arc it could very well end next volume with like 12 chapters, and that would be like the end of this year. So that would mean like this arc was basically the entirety of the year, more or less.
Well, of course, because if you go by the wiki, we are 32 chapters into this arc.
Yeah.
So with us being 32 in, we are going to, at this rate, we're definitely going to surpass Overhaul.
Can't wait for that.
Yeah, thank God.
You say that? What do you say that says?
No, I'm not the biggest fan of the Overhaul arc, and it kind of irks me that it's the longest arc.
Said you don't get no W's. Get out of here.
That's unnecessary slander.
Wait, what's up with the argument in the chat?
I just remember that when I finished watching the series and I went to reading the manga, I was so annoyed how long this arc was.
Oh, that's why.
What they're arguing about? I don't get it.
Nah, because this dude pulled up and said that he was like, the arc's mid. It's y'all overhyping it. I'm stating facts. Like, yeah. I mean, I'm cool with it. We finally got one. Yeah, we finally got one.
What did we get? What did we get? Sorry.
Like we got somebody like kind of trolling in the chat. I'm okay with that. That means we're making it.
Man, that's stupid.
What a perspective.
Man,
who are we talking about? Who are we talking about?
Why should Deku here? Yeah, because like he's like Deku should already be dead, and I'm like, that's not true.
I mean,
what?
Oh,
is he meaning with his arms and shit?
Oh man, now he's memeing with the you should read Hunter x Hunter. It's peak fiction. Okay.
You should read Hunter x Hunter. It is peak fiction.
Yeah. Okay.
I watched Hunter x Hunter. It was not
you should watch it and read it.
I'm never reading it. Why would I read something that's never
going
to end?
I can't read this. I'm sorry.
I'm not reading something that doesn't end.
Hunter x Hunter is the greatest shonen. Everyone should have read it or watched it at least once.
Yeah.
I've already watched it. And I don't agree with that.
Well,
Yeah, me too.
PG, I don't agree with a lot of your takes. So like, here we are again.
Like, Hunter x Hunter is low key kind of overrated in my opinion.
Thank you. Thank you.
You mean high
Thank
key?
you.
High key overrated. Yes, it is.
I will not accept Hunter.
What is this blasphemy?
Yeah, I don't
High
agree
key.
with that.
All I heard was that it is high key overrated.
It's
No,
definitely
Hunter
not.
x Hunter is overrated.
Okay, you know what? Here, we'll talk about this
It
after
is.
the stream,
Yeah.
but definitely consider Hunter x Hunter overrated. Also, yes, Gon should be dead. And no, because Greed Island is mid, and so is Hunter x Hunter, and that's all I'm gonna say about
What?
it.
Greed Island is not mid? Oh. Saying Gun should be dead is literally everybody saying that Deku should have died in Overhaul arc without Eri. Like what? Nah, get out of here.
Deku without Eri should have died in the overall arc. That is correct.
Like, I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna complain about Deku, like Deku should be dead, Bakugo should be dead, then yes, definitely without question, Gon should be dead.
But I don't say that, and I say, man, get out of here. Hunter x Hunter, greatest shonen of all time.
Thank you, Roger.
I can never agree with that take. It's fun. It's a good series. It's overrated.
Greed Island is for sure mid. No,
it is.
Roger,
not. Are you kidding me?
Yes.
Stop talking like
Greed
this.
Island is like at best I can give it a 7.
It had one of the best.
It's 7.
No. Greed Island had one of the best expansions and power systems. Period. Like it took the basic.
No. Right. You gotta realize something important. Something can do something very well technically and still be mid.
It's not.
I don't care what you do for the story. If it's not entertaining, I don't care. It was great.
It was all right. One day. Well, I can't argue. You think it's something that's entertaining or not? I can't argue that.
Because like Yorknu, I love. Yorknu is great.
Yorknu is my favorite arc.
That was peak. Yeah, that was
Chimera
peak.
Ant.
Yes,
I like it.
No, Roger just put my rankings. Chimera Ant, Yorknu, Arena Exam, Greed Island. The Greed Island was definitely my least favorite.
Okay.
I actually like Yorknu more.
That's actually a good list.
Killable retrieval.
I like Yorknu the most though.
The only thing I would switch up with his list is I will put Greed Island where the arena is, and I put Arena last. That's the only thing I would change.
I like Arena. Arena was
I
short and easy and not very complicated.
No, but here's the thing. I love all of these arcs. Like I think they're all good. I just think that Arena is my least favorite. It's the same thing with My Hero. Like I love all the arcs, but my least favorite one is the provisional license exam.
Yeah, but that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people though. Yeah, I agree with that.
But you don't say the series is mid. Like,
I don't think the series. I never said the series is mid.
No, Hunter x Hunter says it's not mid, but everybody says it's like the best shonen, the best.
What's better? What's better than it? What's better than it? Attack on Titan is not better.
Not wrong.
Actually, you know what? No, here. Tell you what. Officially, everybody know this. October 26th through November 2nd, I'm off from work. So we will be having a greatest shonen argument that day. There we go.
I need that.
We'll have the greatest shonen debate stream that week, last week of October. There we go. Who's trying to show up to argue? We can do this.
Time to watch Hunter x Hunter for the 10th time. Time to watch it for the 10th time. Let's go.
I'll be there for that. I'll be there for that.
I watched Hunter x Hunter at my house. My sisters were like 7 and 9 watch Hunter x Hunter every day by themselves. Sorry, man, Hunter x Hunter is great.
I diligently watch Suits at like 12. What you want? Like,
man, I don't know, man.
You know what?
I watch Hunter x Hunter the most out of any shonen. Like, I just think, like, I keep going back to it.
That's me and FMA.
I mean, that's how a lot of people feel about One Piece, right?
One Piece, huh?
How do we get about One Piece?
Exactly. That's how I feel about you saying this.
Huh?
Granted, I actually think Hunter x Hunter is better than One Piece, but
all right, look. I'm being like very like trollish. Like if you think that Attack on Titan is better than Hunter x Hunter, like I can't disagree with you because like I think those two are like peak shonen, like just period. But I just personally think that Hunter x Hunter is better. But if you think Attack on Titan is better, I don't argue with people that. It's when people say stuff like Bleach, Naruto, you know, I'm like, yeah.
Why would I argue for the big three ever?
Hell
no. The big three are each 7 out of 10.
Exactly. That's
yeah,
fair.
the big three are not that. I mean, I love them all with my heart because I feel nostalgia towards them, but they are not objectively.
Fair.
I give Bleach a 5 on a good day.
Okay, hold on. Let's not cap. Let's not cap.
All right. Yeah. We definitely having this stream. We definitely having this greatest show this stream. We're gonna have this discussion later. All right. Yeah. Let's So this is actually like one of the longest chapter streams we've done in a while. So let's just like go around, do some final thoughts.
All right.
Get a nice wrap up because we've been doing this for over 3 hours now. So and we're gonna end up starting a Shonen war. So real quick, Ponzu, here, give your final thoughts because you got your hand raised first. So we starting with you. Go.
Okay, so it was a great stream. A great stream. Yeah, we talked a lot. So thank you guys for being here. And yeah, it was really fun, guys. We hope just for the rookie to add something. To add something next chapter. We hope to shine like a diamond. So yeah.
All right, PG.
Peak. Chapter was peak. And Rex is wrong. That's all I have to
say. Rex, would you like to follow BG's words?
I just want to say I'm a high risk, high reward type of person. I could play it safe and say, no, it's gonna be someone's fun.
You don't get any money if you win.
No. But it's pride. That's the main thing. Yeah, say it's like we're stupid. Men are stupid. It's a pride thing. Like it's high risk, high reward for me. Like I say these big predictions. Do I think they're always gonna be true? Nah. But if they are true, and I'm the only one who said it, oh my God, would y'all never hear the end of me? Like what? If Davi isn't Toya, just know. Every discussion, I'm starting off like, I was right.
It's actually funny because Davi is not Toya. It's actually very much a non-theory. It's not like Davi is this person. It's like Davi is just any person, but not that person.
I already explained how I thought it was gonna go, but
all I know is that in about a week or two, you might want to start shopping around on Amazon, my guy.
Dude, if I am wrong, look, if I'm wrong, I'm okay because I just love to have discussions and bring up like different possibilities and points. That's cool. I will be wrong. I'm cool with being wrong, but I'm not cool with just playing it safe. Okay, I guess they're gonna. No, let's spice it up a little bit. I'm here to put a little flavor into the pot. But great chapter. Everybody, if you haven't read and watch Hunter x Hunter, is amazing. Read and watch Attack on Titan because I know that's like it's potential. It could potentially surpass Hunter x Hunter if it ends perfectly. So
why does it need? Why do you worry about the ending? Hunter x Hunter's never won't have an ending.
I could internalize that Hunter x Hunter ended it on a tree. So so in my mind, that was the perfect ending.
But it wasn't. It was such a non-ending.
Allegedly. Who knows that Togashi is really writing Hunter x Hunter? It could be some dude that they bring in every once in a while to write it. Who knows? Nobody knows for sure, but yeah.
That's all I gotta say. It's actually my biggest criticism about Hunter x Hunter, that it doesn't have ending, and that one ending I'm supposed to accept is kind of a non-ending.
It will never. It's never going to end. Togashi's been. It's now been almost 2 years.
Yeah.
And we're going to a third. I'm sure. It's not coming back. This Hunter x Hunter is now officially Vagabond.
Yikes.
Actually, I still need to read Vagabond because that's like Shisui's favorite manga.
I'm never reading Vagabond. It's no point in me reading it if I know it's just never gonna end.
I mean,
you read
But the difference. Hold on. Here's the difference. When I caught up to Hunter x Hunter, it was still ongoing, like no hiatus.
Yeah, one chapter a year.
No. This was when I caught up to the anime, he was still releasing like decently regularly.
I'm pretty sure the anime was made after he already stopped releasing.
2012.
Like
whenever it ended.
2012 was when he had a 2 year break, like a year and a half break.
Was it?
Yeah, right. Yeah. I think the anime was made after he started releasing the chapters irregularly.
Yeah, when 2011 started, he
so if you watch the anime, if that is how you got into the story, then you never experienced regular chapters.
The difference is Tagashi was still putting out chapters. Vagabond Dude said,
once a year.
Vagabond Dude said, hey, y'all might as well give up hope because it's just never happening again. Tagashi said, keep your hope up. It'll happen when I'm ready.
Which is worse.
The last stint was like, I think January 2018, and he dropped 7 chapters in that stretch and then pieced out. Something like that.
Oh,
something like that.
That's my goal right there. 7 chapters.
I'm sorry. This is what Togashi does. Togashi releases a volume every 1 or 2 years, and then he goes on hiatus for another 1 or 2 years. And y'all call that food?
A sabbatical.
It is like a little watering hose out, and I'm like, yes, a chapter.
I'll never look, dog. I'll never forget the day that that chapter came out where dude was explaining his future seeing ability, and then somebody took a One Piece page and then had Kaido like looking at Luffy, and he was like, Luffy has used Conqueror's Haki. Of the Hakis, there are 3 colors: King's, Armament, and Sensory. But the one particularly displayed is especially rare. Like they just went on for like 500 words.
Yeah.
And also,
how do you need a year to produce a page of text? I can do this in 10 minutes.
And to be fair to Zagashi, those are always the scans. The actual official ones are a lot shorter.
Yeah, no, I saw somebody said that it went from 500 words to 360.
Which is still too long, arguably.
Which is still a lot for a 1 page of a manga, but not as bad.
Yeah, but also just for explaining your powers in chapter, I don't know how many 100. I think a power system should be easily graspable enough that after so and so many chapters, you don't need a full page full of explanations about how this power works.
He introduced a new power system. He introduced a new power system.
My problem I have with Hunter x Hunter in first place with its power system is how like they info dump you with the power system.
Right, it's so convoluted and info dumping. I hate it.
I like when series gradually explain to me the system, so it's very easily digestible. But it's not.
I prefer that than it's your will, boy.
I said easily digestible, not dumb.
Yeah, I actually like that more than just, well, there is this technique, and then there's this other technique that is very similar but stronger, and then there's this technique, and if you combine it with this other technique, then
that's a big brain right there. That's
in one chapter.
Brain. You gotta have that big brain.
And Hatsu in one chapter, and I still don't remember all them shit.
Man,
it was all in one.
Honestly, I would prefer it at some points when he just said, well, this is his power. He can turn, I don't know, bugs into birds. Just live with it. Just accept it. It's his power. No explanation.
Guys, here's the thing. This is what y'all gotta realize. Tagashi works on a different plane than y'all. And when he writes his story, he expects the people to get up to that plane. If you can't, then I'm just like, your IQ just isn't high enough to read Hunter x Hunter. That's
all right.
Was my IQ just insulted by Rex of all people?
Sayers, get your last thoughts out on this My Hero Academia chapter. We hit 4 hours. It's the death of the stream.
No, I think when you read the chapter title, Katsuki Bakugo Katsuki Rising, that's already promising a great chapter, right? So I have to admit, I didn't expect that Bakugo Rising would be him just being impaled by some quirk. I thought he would do something else, but I'm fine with it. And that came as a little bit of a shock in the end. I really loved the chapter. I loved all the callbacks to prior chapters, to the kind of very short summary of Bakugo's character arc so far and how he overcame Deku's bullying. It's something I appreciate really, because I don't know, a few weeks back I had this discussion with somebody saying that Bakugo never apologized, never really felt bad about it, never really did something about it, and now these last 3-4 chapters we really went into this, and I really like it. So I really like this chapter.
All right. Flo, did you give your last thoughts?
Flo is gone.
Flo walked away. So let me real quick. What are you gonna say, Ponzu?
Well, there's Flo right there.
Oh, yep, he's coming. All right, Flo, you made it just in time. Give your final thoughts.
It was a great chapter. We don't know who stole the show. That's all I gotta really say. But I miss you guys. I haven't been talking to y'all in a minute, so hope everything's well with you guys and shit. Yeah, we getting emotional on the stream.
Yeah, man, Flo, me and you came back at the same time. That's why this was the greatest. This why this was the greatest one, man. Man, you tag team, man. Do it.
All right, but yeah. So great chapter. I'm gonna try to come back next week too.
I'm happy.
All right, so thanks everybody that like came through. Shout out to King Rico for pushing his false agenda that everything else is like mid and HXX is peak fiction. It's okay. We all make mistakes. Glad you guys came through and actually enjoyed the content. And you say that's the most basic thing, but most shonen literally go out of their way to avoid actually admitting the world is straight up not equal. So no, no, you can believe in your friends is like the most basic theme of all time. But like, anyway, ignoring dumb people, it's always gonna come. You know, they always show up. It's fine. We accept life. Yes, you can watch Hunter x Hunter, form your own opinions. Yeah, oh yeah, what's Gon's goals and stuff like that. Gon as a character actually kind of annoys me, but like that's a whole separate issue.
So, yo, you would fix.
I want to tell you something right now. I want to tell Rico something right now. Rico, you're a bum motherfucker, dog. No cap.
All right, and that, my friends.
Honest question. What do you think about Yu Yu Hakusho?
I like Yu Yu Hakusho more than Hunter x Hunter.
Oh my God, he's one of those people. Yeah. You're one of those people. Oh my God, Jesus Christ.
Me and Onyx have the same fucking brain.
Dude, Yu Yu Hakusho is literally the lesser and inferior version of Hunter x Hunter. Everything that Takashi did at Yu Yu. Who's doing Hunter x Hunter?
I agree with you. But I like the cast.
Oh, it's more meathead. Okay, I got it. It's more fun. It's more meathead. I know.
Well, the cast, like, like straight up, the characters in Hunter x Hunter. I mean, not Hunter x Hunter, but like in Yu Yu, I like all of them more than their Hunter x Hunter counterparts, except Leorio.
Actually,
like,
I'd say.
No, Leorio doesn't really appear in Hunter x Hunter. Let's be honest.
I'd say except
the greatest character too.
Also, Leorio used to just part of my problems with Hunter x Hunter. But anyway, thanks for everybody that came through. Enjoy the stream. We'll be back next week. We'll probably end up having a huge argument about Hunter x Hunter at the end of next month. Make sure you're there for that. Shit, that's all I got to say.